to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like like a champion. I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior. I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior. I will go, go, go. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will stand strong.
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And tonight is December 28th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on part 6 of this impromptu series called Blue Blood is Black Blood, the original Nobility. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn on record because I'll be the main one with a little attitude.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so if this is your first time joining us, this particular series truly is impromptu. My intentions were to finish up our universal language codes and symbols, which literally I think we have maybe one more show to do on that. I may do a recap and then complete that up. But I had ran across some information from Egmond Codfried. He is a melanated Dutchman. I had been getting his material for years, and my intentions were just to go through the paintings in this particular piece of work that I got. It didn't turn out that way because very first reading we went through, I'm like, oh my God, we did 3 hours on it, fam. So that's what sparked this particular series. So shout out to Egmond Codfried. He is a melanated Dutchman for his work. And most of the paintings that you see regarding the Black Europeans, they actually come from his work. Okay, so as we are going through this material, you're going to see a lot of pictures that people have associated with Black Europeans, including myself. And that is coming from his research and work. So shout out to him. All right, so before I get started, I do want to couple of housekeeping items. All right, fam. So I told y'all that I'm winding down off of YouTube. My schedule is just, fam, it's really getting busy. I really struggled this year because I got a lot of stuff going on personally, some commitments that I've made. So starting next year, I'm going to be really sporadic with the lives. So it's going to be impromptu. I will do uploads, meaning put content material together when I get a free moment and upload it. I'll still try to do the daily community posts for the fam, okay? But I am not going to be doing weekly lives like I've been doing for the past umpteen years. I cannot burn both ends at the candle anymore. Made other commitments and I need to stick to that. So I do want to put that out there for the fam. All right. So before we get started, I do want to send a shout out to the YouTube family chat. So shout out to son Scotty. So hopefully he'll be able. Yep, he's coming in now. He's going to join us because, child, we got to talk about that homework. Baby, my nerves was bad. Whew, child, it took me all week to watch that West Face movie. But I did get caught up on both of my homework. So we're going to talk about that. So I'm happy to talk about that. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to Mother Queen Ottawa. Shout out to sis Sandra, birthday girl from last week. Shout out to Alicia, I'm not sure which one it is, sis. Shout out to Kemba. Shout out to Seti. Good to see you in the house. Shout out to Brother Des. Shout out to Whirling Thunder. Good to see you, beloved. Good to see you. Shout out to RDT. Good to see you as well. I don't think I'm missing anybody, am I? Oh, shout out to I'm Born here. What's up, I'm Born? Good to see you. And shout out to Brother Sean. All right, so I don't know now. Child, I've been minding my business. My voice was good all day. And now all of a sudden it won't horse up. Whatever, voice. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra and son Scotty. Now, I'm fencing to tell y'all something now. I gotta have an Annie moment. I gotta, it's gonna be an Annie moment tonight. Because Annie's nerves got bad. All right? Let me bring on Sis Sandra and son Scotty, and then I'm gonna go into this Annie moment because, child. Okay, so if you get triggered, you know, baby, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra, and then we'll bring on son Scotty. So let me bring on Sis. Sis, you should be able to unmute, but there you go.
I was just paying attention to your 80 moments. So I just sit there.
Yeah, girl, child. Wait, you gonna be able to relate, sis? Because when I tell you my nerves, sis, just let me bring on son Scotty, because baby, I ain't got it to give. I know RDT. Get ready, y'all know. Yeah, I know it's gonna be some shenanigans. Let me bring on son Scotty. There you are. Peace and love, son Scotty. How are you?
Peace and love. Peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
We can hear
brother.
you.
Okay, good. Great to be here.
Yeah.
Yes. Tapping in from my mom's house in Georgia.
All right.
Good job.
Woo, woo.
Tell my son hi. He's there too.
Hey, nice. Hey, mama. So, okay, so you warned mama that I MF and SB, so you know I apologize.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Okay, so I apologize in advance. All right, so let me get my Annie moment.
Oh, and I just want to say too, I might go on mute and stuff because you know family be coming through and all that. So
yeah, you know, baby, do your thing. Ciao.
All righty.
All right. Sis Sandra, you finna relate.
Okay. But first of all, let me say thank you everybody for their birthday shout out. I appreciate it.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much.
Birthday. I hope you enjoyed your day last week. So,
well, you know, I always don't work on my birthday because I used to do 12-hour shifts, and I said,
oh, okay. And I always forget to take mine off unless I'm, you know, going on a getaway. But I always forget to take it off, and I'm like, oh man. So good for you. Good for you. All right, y'all. So
we can roll. Roll with you,
child. Now I'm telling you. If you sensitive, just go on ahead and turn it off, cause I got to say what I got to say now. So I'm fencing to say this. This is the Auntie Scarf moment. Let me tell you something, youngins, and I'm not talking about Gen Z, cause baby, you still learning, and we here for you to teach. So, millennials, I'm finna get in your shit. Let me tell you something. Do not invite Annie to a holiday motherfucking dinner situation. Okay? We talking specifically Thanksgiving and Christmas. Blink, blink, blink. And you finna make the signature dishes. Now, I'm minding my business, and see, I should have listened to my higher motherfucking self, because I had called up my bestie, and we always had this conversation every year. You cooking? I'm like, no, I ain't gonna cook this year. I don't feel like this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6. Let's invite it out. I'm gonna hit that up. Now I am smart enough to know Go ahead on and eat before you go. Okay, so I had ate earlier in the little day, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. You know, people say dinner gonna be ready at da 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 da, but you know how some people get, okay? Especially people, you know, millennials, you ain't even waking up at 5, 4 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. You rolling out the motherfucking bed at 10 and 11 talking about making this huge ass meal.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, hi, sway. So
Whoa.
I comes on in. Sis, when I tell you this, you're going to be like, you lying, you lying, you lying. So I had pre-had this conversation with my bestie. And so I'm like, I really have a taste for some dressing. I'm like, but I'm not going to make any because I don't want to make too much. And I don't like freezing it. And I don't want to throw it away. I'm like, so I'm not going to do it. And I'm like, and I can't stand when somebody had that stovetop stuffing shit. You know, I don't like that. I'm a Southerner. It's cornbread dressing or nothing for me. Okay. I'm like, okay. I said, and if you're doing cornbread dressing, goddamn it, it better have some celery and onions in that bitch. It better be seasoned real good. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay. She like, girl, yeah, that's right. So we talking about the specifics. Like, yeah, and I do the chicken and dressing. I'm like, yeah, girl, when I have a taste for it, I do that myself. La 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 la. Gets to where I'm invited to go. I purposely shows up about an hour late.
So they be ready.
I walks in the door. I knew it was finna be fucked up because I ain't smelt nothing goddamn familiar.
Oops.
I said, oh, shit. So the other person that's real cool, he's a millennial. And he can burn. He can cook. Because we'll sit there and be talking like, yeah, do this, do that, da, 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 da. So I see him sitting in the motherfucking corner. His nerves, this is bad. And I'm like, oh, shit. So I sits down. I already know what it's going to be, okay? Because I done walked across your motherfucking threshold and I ain't smelled it. Nothing did. It didn't smell like no food was like getting
no two-day
down.
Prep.
I walked through that motherfucking door and just felt heat. I said, oh, shit. Long story short, old boy, he like, you know what, fuck this. About an hour in, he makes his exit. Well, you know, I'm going to see da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, okay, all right, baby, talk to you later. I knew he wasn't coming back because he know what it is. He's a cook. So again, he walked through that fucking door like I walked through that fucking door. And we ain't smelling what we need to be smelling up in this bitch. So I ain't say nothing. Gets ready. I'm like, so when dinner gonna be ready? Now the good part, I could tease this person, okay? Oh, it's finna be ready, da-da-da-da-da. So I gets to probing. So now you say you start cooking when that, baby?
Oh my goodness.
At 11 o'clock. Right. Blink, blink, blink. Blink, blink.
Wow.
Blink, blink. Now, cooks, we already know. We already know when you're doing these holiday situations. 11 motherfucking clock? So I'm like, you know, what's the little menu? Because, you know, had shit been smelling right when I came across the threshold, I would have fucking known what was on the menu.
Right.
Oh, some greens. Mm-hmm. Some mac and cheese. Mm-hmm. Some dressing. Mm-hmm. Some sweet potatoes. Mm-hmm. And I know this is white people-ish, but green bean casserole. I'm like, that's okay. I'm like, that's okay if it's made right. I'm like, that's okay if it's made right, this, that, and the third.
Mm.
And, you know, then the main meat. And which the main meat was bought from the store. So already, y'all, I wanted to really get in my truck, go home, light one up, and say, I know you fucking lying. But no, I just sits there and I said, so I'm hearing the menu and your math ain't mathing.
No, it isn't. Not from 11 o'clock.
Right. it ain't mathing. What you mean?
Wow.
I said, ain't no motherfucking turkey involved. Ain't no goddamn ham involved. Oh, well, I had took the greens out the freezer. Da. I said, I'm going to tell you again. Your math ain't mathing. I'm like, but okay.
Oh
So I'm still waiting to motherfucking eat. So I knew that in my soul. I knew that in my soul that this dressing was being dried the fuck out in that oven. I knew that in my soul. I ain't say nothing. So it's like, okay, dinner ready. This, then the third, 4, 5, and 6. Goes over, make my plate. Looks at the mac and cheese. I knew that shit was finna be nasty as fuck. I said, who made this? Such and so. I said, who is such and so? Oh, you don't know such and so. They worked in the restaurant 4, 5, and 6. I'm like, oh yeah. So I knew this shit finna be nasty. So I took literally, fam, just like a tablespoon of everything. I'm like, I ain't finna sit up here and be playing with this bullshit. Cause I'm gonna have to sneak and throw this shit straight plumb pure in the garbage. I already know how this gonna go.
Oh, that's terrible.
So I sits down, person sits down next to me. Cause they watching. Like, shit. So take the first bite. I took one noodle of that mac and cheese. I said, no. It's not good. I said, you eat it. Eat. Oh, no, this not good. I said, now, baby, who's this again that made this mac and cheese? Such and so. I said, and who verified that such and so was qualified at the little holiday function to make some mac and cheese? I said, you don't play with mac and cheese, dressing, and motherfucking greens. None of that is to be played with. I said, okay, taste the dressing. I already looked at the dressing. I knew it was finna be some bullshit. Just gave that look. No. I don't like that either. What's wrong with it? I said, what you mean, what's wrong with it? What you season it with? And I started pulling it apart. I said, I don't see an onion in here. I don't see no celery in here. I said, you mixed this with water, didn't you? And their mouth flew open. I said again, who qualified you to make this dressing?
Wow.
Last thing, let me get to the greens. This point, I'm shaking. Like, I know this is gonna be some bullshit. Little bite.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Keep going.
I just took a little bite. When I tell y'all them greens was so goddamn bitter, my locks stood up in this motherfucking scarf, baby.
Oh my gosh.
I dropped the fork. I said, did you taste these greens? Yeah, they on the bitter side. I said, where did you get these greens from? Oh, they out the, I told you, well, they was bitter the first time that we had them, but they can't, I had reheated them up from the freezer, this, that, and the third. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if they was bitter the first time, why the fuck you be serving this? Shit!
Oh my
Now
God.
my nerves is bad. Cause now I'm pissed because I should have made some dressing my goddamn self at my own residence.
Wow.
I'm like, so where did these greens, where are the origins of these greens? Oh, they came out of the garden. Blink, blink, blink. Blink, 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 blink. I said, whoever grew these greens, you need to tell them they overgrew them.
They're old.
Greens
Wow.
get bitter in the garden when you let them. And they was mustard, sis Sandra. And I said, baby, mustard
my.
are the most tenderest greens out the bunch.
Nicest ones. Yeah.
I said, so these were overgrown. I said, and I'm guessing based on how bitter these are, these were overgrown to the point where they went to seed. I said, they're no more good.
Oh
You
my
have
God,
to
the
pick
seed.
greens at a certain point. Otherwise, they'll hit that bitterness. I'm like, and really, preferably, you should really be growing greens in the fall. And if you in the South, you can really grow them in the winter because they have a sweeter flavor. Oh. Only
It was her
thing,
garden? It was her garden?
blink, 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 blink.
Oh my goodness.
So the only thing that was editable was the store-bought meat and the sweet potatoes that my boy who can burn, who was like deuces, those were the only editable things. I'm like, you cannot invite people over to holiday dinner with staple dishes that you have not mastered. So don't do it. You would have been better off switching it up to something that you're good at. Okay? So,
Wow.
what you think is salvageable? I said you might as well pour them greens down my garbage disposal. No. That dressing need to be remade. I said, to be honest, a box macaroni and cheese tastes better than this shit right here. Baby, I don't know what restaurant so-and-so supposedly and allegedly goddamn work, but this ain't it. Like, I wouldn't eat none of this shit. Well, you can throw it away. I said to myself, I fucking planned on it anyway when you turned your goddamn back. I was fencing to throw it away anyway. Like, you have got to practice. If you can't practice and master these, well, how you learn? Okay, first of all, I watched Big Mama and them. And then I made it with Big Mama and them when it was my time to learn. Once I started getting the basic cooking skills down. And I wasn't given that responsibility or the sanction to do a big dinner until one of them sanctioned it. If they ain't sanctioned it, then I knew I wasn't motherfucking ready. I'm like, but see, you fettuccine Alfredo folks, you always love to put on your motherfucking picture, fettuccine Alfredo. What the fuck effort is that? Now, I'm not downing nobody that make a mean fettuccine Alfredo, but you do understand, baby, that's a difference between these classic traditional dishes. Like, I had to be sanctioned. And it had to be dish by dish. If I didn't get that motherfucking nod from Big Mama and them, Papa and them, goddamn it, oh shit, let me go on and practice. Now practice throughout the year.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Shit.
They don't like traditional or classic
Yeah,
dishes.
don't invite me over, Nisi Poo, because I'm gonna fucking tell you I'm not finna eat that shit.
Yeah, they like that stuff that's, chef style.
Shit.
It's not classic anymore. It's not.
Sis, it wasn't chef style.
Even chef style. knows that.
It was not chef style. Hell to the no. It wasn't chef style. No, I'm telling you now. Annie, don't invite Annie over. I don't want to fucking hear that. Because I don't want to have to ask you for your resume on who sanctioned you to make mac and cheese, greens, dressing. So all I ate was some motherfucking sweet potatoes and half of the piece of meat.
Wow.
So I had to go home, light one the fuck up, sit there like, that was some bullshit. Because I really, my first mind told me to make my own goddamn dressing at the crib. Literally, I had to smoke when I got home. Because I'm like, I know they lied. I know the fuck you didn't invite nobody. All of this shit. What you think I should do? I said, throw all that shit in the garbage. It's ineditable. I'm like, keep the sweet potatoes. Throw all that shit in the garbage. Green bean casserole was missing. I'm like, how did you make it? ... You're missing ... Oh. I'm like, now we fucking up white people's dishes?
Well, let me just pipe in because I'm literally at my mom's house for Christmas because I usually come home for Thanksgiving, but I didn't this year. So I was expecting all the foods from Thanksgiving to be here, but it didn't happen this year. But then she ended up doing it because I was in town. And literally all of those staple meals, and then speaking for millennials, me and my brother being like males and stuff, it ain't no excuse. We know how to cook this stuff. You learn it by osmosis. You learn it through growing up and pitching it in here and there. Did you pick apart the grains? Did you wash them? Do you know how to clean this meat? Do you know the ingredients to get? And you get those steps along the way. You just don't pop up one day and just I'm making dressing. It's bound to be
to invite people over. To invite motherfuckers over you finna hit and see, but I'm smart enough to know that if your cooking ain't motherfucking vouched with me, I'm eating at the crib first. I'm gonna eat at the crib early. Okay? And more than likely, I'm gonna cook my own shit. But it just so didn't happen this time. But I had a taste for some dressing. And I'm like, you got to be bullshitting me.
Wow,
we from the South.
She's from the South too, obviously. Yeah. Wow.
So millennials, I'm going to tell you something. Baby, I'm not trying to tell you have to cook those dishes. Annie ain't trying to tell you that. Lord knows I am. I'm not trying to tell you that. What I'm trying to tell you is either you're going to practice it and learn it correctly, or just pick a staple, what you're going to do for the holidays, and let people know that, and let that be that. Okay?
Bring something.
Yeah, because if you just you either, don't know how to make those items, or you just don't because some people don't like those Thanksgiving holiday
Exactly. And that's okay.
Just make it be known, set the precedent. Hey, this is going to be a non-traditional Christmas with these things that I know how to cook, or however,
bring your own.
It's already melded in people's taste buds and centuries of recipes, and to set that up is really rude because you don't play with people's food and think it's so simple.
Don't play
That's
with
the thing.
holidays.
You think it's so simple. Mac and cheese. Well, the greens. Yeah, it seems so simple. And now you see that's the magic of it. They made it seem so simple.
Baby, so that's all I got to say. Millennials, now Gen X, I'm just finna sit up here and warn you. It looks like we're probably going to be the last generation with these particular traditions. So, if, your babies didn't either, you taught them how to cook these things, this, that, and the third, whatever the case may be, they weren't interested. I think the tradition of food and the and melanated American folks, I think it's getting ready to be obsolete.
Yeah, they don't like it anymore.
I think Gen X is going to be the last generation. Okay, and that's okay.
And that's very dangerous, because when we talk about how Black Americans, indigenous, whatever, melanated, we don't have a culture. Like, no, that is the culture. It just gets conflated into other things and then dismissed because it's not, like you're saying, it's not passed down traditionally and it's not valued. They don't see it as a part of that culture. It's like something, it got eclipsed by the white version of what the American holiday tradition is. And it's like, well, no, I don't know. Yeah, they maybe picked it up eventually, but I don't know what Native American, Siberian, white people is cooking Thanksgiving and Christmas food like Black American people.
Right. So I'm like, oh Lord. And this is not like this is my first go round with the millennial with the food. Just the other millennial didn't try to do a whole meal, but what they did, they was responsible for the turkey, which I told the other millennial, you dancing on dangerous grounds, you better have a backup. And then I rolls over there with my little dishes, this, that, and the third. And so that baby pulling me to the side and like, hey, T, can you look at this turkey? Da, 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 da. I want to know if it's done. Well, baby, when did you put it in the oven? Where's the thermometer? When did you put? Oh, I put it in there 4 hours ago.
How big was it? Oh, it must be a little teensy thing. Wow.
Dry. You ain't been juicing it, nothing. It's just dry in there, been sitting just 4 hours straight.
I'm like, okay. I'm like, baby, well, we can't depend on this. I know I'm gonna be gone by the time. Oh, I didn't know that. Blah 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 blah.
It has directions on the package.
But you know how that is. If you're cooking a whole turkey, that is something that you have to learn. You don't do it on these big holidays, okay? So I gave that baby some grace, okay? Because I know her mama, okay? Her mama and I go back. Her mom is actually older than me. And she swung in with the biggest aluminum pan you can find, baby, of some mac and cheese. And when I tell you that bitch was crunchy than the motherfucker. And dry and crunchy. And so I wasn't finna play with nobody's mac and cheese. So I had already had my backup pan. I'm like, I ain't fucking with so-and-so. Because I know so-and-so is kind of iffy any goddamn way. Okay? She's opening the can type of broad and putting some shit in the pot. Okay, so I gave that baby some grace because I'm like, your mama goddamn can't cook, so shit, your fucking grandma can't cook. Now your great grandmother can cook, but I know they asses can't cook because they fucking get feet up under my table, so I know they can't fucking cook. But come on now, come on.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, so millennials again, don't invite Amy over if you have not mastered those dishes. Okay, just go on and just tell Annie, we haven't fettuccine Alfredo with some shrimps, with some motherfucking scrimps. Let me know so I can have my shit cooked at the crib and let that be that. Okay. All right. So I'm done with the Amy moment.
That's funny. That is funny.
Sure. So I knew you would get a kick out of that, Sis Sandra. So I had called my bestie the next day because I was like, I'm not gonna bother her tonight. I literally came in the house, y'all. I had to fire one up. I said, because I can't believe that baby was just way over her league, and she was dead ass serious about that shit. Okay, because far as I'm motherfucking concerned, I was looking at the dog's food that had been put out. His shit was in the refrigerator. I'm like, shit, I need to get a slice of that and put it in the motherfucking microwave and get some crackers. It tastes better than this shit because this is... damn ridiculous. Okay.
You can't do nothing about doing you after you wasted your
Yeah,
time.
and I know it. I knew it in my soul. My higher self said, Ronnie, just go on and make the chicken and dressing. Let that motherfucker be that. So now I'm turned the fuck off. I'm like, I'm not even gonna make no dressing this year. That shit done pissed me off. So I had to call her back the next day. I had her in stitches. She said, you said that about that dress. And I said, baby, not an onion to be found, not a celery to be found. And she was like, I use bell peppers. I said, I know a lot of people do. I don't like them in mine. I'm like, but goddamn it, even that wasn't in there.
Oh, wow.
No sage. How the fuck you making dress? Baby, let me tell you, that's what made me go home and smoke. I'm not finna lie. How the fuck you gonna make dressing without no sage?
Wow. No portrait seasoning either.
Baby, I didn't taste nothing but water and cornbread.
Ew.
Read the fuck baked.
Wow.
Like, how the fuck you gonna make dressing without no sage? And yeah, if you want to put poultry seasoning too. So millennials, I'm telling you now, don't invite Amy over. You tell me ahead of time, Amy, we having fettuccine Alfredo with shrimp. Shit. So as a matter of fact, I'm just going to go back to old school and just make my shit. Okay? If I got to give my shit away. Because I don't want it to go bad. That's what the fuck I'm going to start doing. Okay? So, but I'm telling y'all, Gen X, it looks like we're going to be the last generation to carry forward the holiday cooking tradition. So I just had to get that Amy moment. It's funny, but it was eye-opening because I did not think that it was such a gap like that between generations. I just didn't realize it, okay? So now I'm going to tell you now. Ain't he not finna be like that, beloveds, to come over to your motherfucking residence, spend the goddamn night, and cook your whole meal. Nah, I'm not finna do that. I'm not finna do that. Because goddamn it, you need to get fucking learn, okay? Because that's what you done. You done set up under Big Mama and them, your mama whom the fuck hell ever, and was just eating this, that, and the third. You wasn't interested in learning. Okay? So no, goddamn it, I'm telling you now, I'm not doing it. So if you invite Amy over, you don't know how to make them traditional dishes, go on and put something else on the menu. Just let Amy know. Okay? Okay.
That's funny.
I was like, okay,
Owners and power.
Hey, peace of love, brother
Power,
John.
brother.
What the fuck is this? Dressing without no
I'm
goddamn
watching.
sage. Shit. Never
I'm
heard
watching
of
the
nothing.
chat.
What they singing?
Now I'm just saying who's saying they can cook, cause when I pop up over there, it better be tasting good.
Child. Now, I wasn't finna sit up in the face, because my face, that song is written all over your face. You don't have to say a word. That's why every little thing I was biting. It was all over my face. Like, throw all this shit away. You keep the sweet potatoes, though.
Sweet potatoes cook themselves.
Right,
There's not much to it.
there are people that, his shit wasn't out the can. It was literally, you could tell. Yeah, you know how he had to cut them and all that, 4, 5, and 6, because my bone is
You
bad.
can still mess the mugs up. They could be tough.
You think so?
What,
not
out the
feeding
can?
right.
Well, goddamn!
Oh my! I don't get them out of the can.
Well, that was the only hidden thing, and that wasn't made by that person. But the gentleman that did that, he can burn. He can cook.
Good.
And when I see his ass next time, I'm gonna pull him to the side and we gonna start rolling. I'm be like, your ass ain't slick. You knew that shit wasn't finna be hitting. That's why you rolled the fuck up out of there and you didn't come back. You ain't slick. Shit.
Oh, that's funny.
But anyhow, okay, Amy is done.
Next time, ask what's on the menu. You won't even have to go anywhere.
Right. Well, no. When I had the conversation with the person, they was like, well, all right then. So they're gonna go back to fettuccine alfredo. I can't fucking make this shit up. Well, I'm cooking blah 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 for New Year's da 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 da. I say to myself, I won't fucking be over here, baby, because I'm gonna make me some fried cabbage. I work where I make my own shit, because baby, goddamn it, I can't do it. I can't do it. Nah, I can't do it. Nah, I'm good. Ain't gotta worry about it no more. Okay, if it's them classic dishes. Won't get me again. I promise you.
That fried cabbage and hot water cornbread sound good.
Yeah, I'm do that.
Yeah, that sounds good
black
too.
eyed peas and potato salad, because I got a taste for some potato salad. So I'm gonna try to do it really, 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 really small. But yeah, that's what I plant on doing, because I ain't finna eat no fucking fettuccine alfredo on New Year's Eve.
Nah, I don't want that either.
That's not an accomplishment. Millennials. Fettuccine motherfucking alfredo is not an accomplishment. All you doing is boiling some goddamn what's the face them.
What's some shit? Cheese
And then a lot of you buy the sauce out the goddamn store and be thinking that shit hitting like we don't know the shit is out of the motherfucking jar. It's tasting jarry and canny. You don't even know how to make the fucking sauce from scratch, which is easy as fuck. And you saute some goddamn scrimps, and throw them over in there. Goddamn it, that ain't no accomplishment. Now, I'm not trying to down you. I'm just trying to tell you, baby, that's beginning cooking. So if you feel as though in your heart of heart and souls of souls, that's an accomplishment of cooking, don't even try to make no big traditional meal, because you're going to embarrass yourself. Now, you know how black people do. We going to fucking talk about you when your shit ain't hitting. Okay, but ain't it fair? I don't call you out right then. I pulls you to the motherfucking side and had this conversation. Okay, since it was one-on-one, and I know this person well, I was like, nope, no, throw all this shit away. Dressing crunchy on the motherfucking bottom, babe. Okay, ain't he done for real?
Wow.
Okay, I'm done, I promise. All right, I'm done. I just had to share that. Shit, let me come home and smoke. Because I ain't never, baby. I ain't never had no dressing and didn't have no motherfucking sage in it. I ain't never had no cornbread dressing without shit stovetop them got sage.
Wow. Yeah, they do. They have good stuff in it.
Blink, blink.
But it don't taste good.
No, it don't. That's just some smashed up bread, but
that's all it is.
But to be honest, that tastes better than what was served.
Well, she could put that with her cornbread and go from there.
Hell no, throw that shit the fuck out.
That's funny.
Shit.
That was that.
Would have been better off bringing out some Kraft macaroni and cheese and making that shit on the stove top and some milk and some butter in that shit and put some seasoning in it based on what the fuck that was served. And I'm like, so blink, 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 blink. You means to tell me it took you 7 hours to do this? Oh, okay then. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm done. I promise. Okay, so let's do go ahead on with the fuckery. Sis Sandra, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week?
Maybe. I was listening to last week's show, your show, and it was pretty good. I was like wanting to, chime in, but I was not on there. But I was listening to it today and yesterday, and one of the things you guys talked about the Declaration of Rights for Men, and what I did was I looked it up. It was in 1789 in the French Revolution. But what it brought to mind, this is what kind of triggered my mind, is Katani Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice. She said she didn't know what a woman was.
Maybe now, who now? I'm sorry.
Katania Jackson, Katania Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice. They made fun of her because she said that. That she didn't know what
yeah. And I remember I had to cuss her out, and I told that senator man, if you need Amy to come up there with her scarf to cuss her clean plumb the fuck out, I'm willing to do that. And that offer still stands. But go ahead, sis.
But this came to mind. The Declaration in 1760 or 1789 that they made them men or human, and they had to define the term of man and woman and your rights and your liberties. You see, so they haven't done that in this country except for the declarations of rights and stuff like that. I think they but that was for France. So the humans are different species, right? And so they had to say, I kind of get what she was doing, if that's what she was doing. That's just brought to my mind how she could not make that definition of what a woman was. And maybe she was looking at the fact that the Declaration is just a piece of paper and somebody has written a law that that's who you are, but you really are not. You know what I'm saying? So I said, oh, maybe that's what she was thinking, because she can't be dumb. She
can't be. Okay, that's
well,
not nice. That's not nice, Rhonda. That's not nice.
She had some intelligence, but if they had to define them as human, they had to also define the sexes, and like they doing this sex thing now, trying to decide were you a boy or a girl. If you want to be a boy, you could capitate that stuff and or whatever, and do what you want to do. They're letting them do it again. You see, it's like a reset of the reset, because the reset of that 17 or 18, what is it, 1760? It's a reset. They're doing a reset now, and they're doing the same gender type cuts in additions and subtractions. So it's the same program. So that's what I was looking at when
that's when interesting that you associated this whole like gender thing with the what is a man, or the rights of men. I forget specifically what it's called, the Declaration of the Right, whatever it was called, what we talked about.
The rights of men. It was called the Declaration of the Rights for Men. For men. That's what it was. So yeah, I see the whole thing. They're letting people decide now what they want to be. What's your pronoun? What do you want to be? What do you want to call yourself? Because they're getting rid of the human species that they have declared them to be. That's what I got out of it. I'm like, man, this is what's going down. So when you say you a cat, then you're no longer called a human. If your pronouns change, and so that'll be an easier way to get rid of, because they're having this AI technology where they're giving these robots like Terminator to dislike humans. That's their programming. That's what I heard on what you call it, America's Voice. I heard it on also um, um, Alex Jones. Mark Adams was talking about the AI technology and the robots that they're going to have in each people's homes if they want to, and they're made to not like humans. And their goal right now with this great reset is, they said, according to Alex Jones and Real America's Voice, is to get rid of humans. So they're getting rid of humans by changing your sex, and you don't fall under that declaration anymore, as far as I can guess, in my opinion.
Now, I'm sorry, sis. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, okay, here's my take on the whole pronoun stuff. And I have said this several times, and I stand on this. I don't care what people want to call themselves. Okay, I'm going to respect whatever you want to call yourself. I'm going to respect it. Okay, I respect your sexuality. That's your business. I don't have an issue with that. Okay, only thing I'm saying is we cannot, and I will not, ignore biology. Okay? So now when it comes down to biology, and you're trying to call me anything but a woman, and I am telling you, this is what I am. I don't identify with any pronouns, this, that, and the third. That's the way it needs to be. Okay? Now, I do not agree with men competing in women's sports. Okay, I don't care if you've had the what's-a-face surgery, the what's-a-face taking of the hormones. You still have an unfair advantage over the women in sports because of natural biology. Okay?
Right. I agree. Yep.
So now all the rest of that stuff, I don't have an issue with it. Do you, okay?
Whatever.
But what we're not going to do, what Annie not finna do, I'm not finna sit up here and play with folks, okay? Regarding biology. I'm not finna sit up here and argue with no mother's son or no mother's daughter over my private parts. I'm not finna sit up here and go back and forth with a biologically born man telling me they're the definition of femininity. See, what Annie ain't finna do, I'm not finna play. Not gonna play with you like that now, baby. I'm a grown-ass woman. Go find somebody else to play. That's the only issue I have. The rest of that, you have every right to identify with whatever you want to identify as. But what you don't have the right is to tell me what I am and to insert yourself into women's sports.
Agreed.
And to be honest, even into the bathrooms. And not that I would feel unsafe. In some cases I would, in some cases I wouldn't. But I'm thinking about the younger girls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to be honest. Okay? Now, we can have separate but equal. I'm just going to be honest. That's just the way Amy feel. Okay? Respect goes both ways. It goes both ways. If I'm respecting who you are, you're going to respect who I am. And I'm not arguing with no mama's son, no mama's daughter, or what Amy is. Because then Amy is going to cuss you out. I'm going to cuss you out. And don't worry, it's not going to be a cuss out in a derogatory sense. Because that is being racist. Because that I'm not. I love all people. But I'm going to cuss you out and tell you, get the fuck out my face with that bullshit now. Because you're not being rational, nor are you being fair. Okay? That's the way I feel about that.
Well, I'm looking at the goal of decreasing humanity on the planet. This is what I'm looking at, the reset, getting rid of down to 500 million people. And it's easy when they start disassociating you with yourself. When somebody start calling you other things than what you really are, it's easy to me to get rid of people if they don't see you as a person. If they don't see you as a man, if they don't see you as a woman or a child or whatever, because this is what the intent that I have heard is to get rid of people, to kill them. It's easier to give them a poison. It's easy to take away their water, their food, or poison their
Based
air.
on sexuality, I'm going to have to challenge you on that.
No, just on impersonalizing a person. That's what I'm talking about.
So
not sexuality.
So explain more. So you're saying, let's say I am transgender. Okay. How does that fit in the 500 million thingamajig that you're talking about?
The 500 mil is if you take away a person's identity that is normal, then people dispel them.
But how's that taking away their identity if I tell you, listen, okay.
Well, that's how I see it.
Okay.
I mean, you may not see it.
Yeah, because I was just trying to use logic it out, but that's okay. I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with that. I think again, whatever people choose to identify with, that's their business.
No, yeah,
they're making that choice. Yeah, they're making that choice. I don't see the correlation in that and being able to get rid of people. That's the part I don't see. Because I'm gonna keep it all the way funky. Now I'm gonna keep it all the way funky. All right. So that's one thing about Amy. I talk shit in his scarf, but I try to be fair and balanced. Okay. We don't need, in Amy's opinion, for people to be in the closet. We don't need that. We've had that for all of these years, okay? I'm a Gen Xer. And most of us have had the gay uncle and the gay auntie in the family, okay? Everybody knew they was gay on the low, and they had a convenience marriage. We don't need people to be in the closet. I don't want to force any mother-son to be with me. If, okay, you want hot dog, I got taco. Baby, I can give you what you want. I don't agree with that. It didn't work then. It didn't work now. And folks was sneaking around, baby, doing their thing. And a lot of times, okay, see, y'all think that us Gen Xers wasn't paying attention. Oh, baby, we was paying attention. You know, the auntie and unc, she gay, he gay, and they get together and even had children and whatever the case, 4, 5, and 6. But I guarantee you, he had a man on the side, she had a woman on the side. They was living their whole gay life and came together as a family. I don't agree with, not that I don't agree with it. If they want to be free, let people be free. And especially in the Black community. I don't want no man to feel he have to, well, I'm going to get her as a beer. No, baby, you go live your life. You go be free. I accept you for who you are. Go be free. And a lot of times when I'm talking about love, and I'm specifically talking about unconditional love on this planet, that is what we're missing. I can't make you be something that you're not. Go be who you want to be. I'm not concerned about how somebody get down in the bedroom.
No.
If I ain't getting down in there with you, that ain't Rhonda's concern. It's none of my business.
No, I'm not talking in that respect, but I see what you're saying.
Okay. That was just,
it's easier to kill somebody once you depersonalize yourself from them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And I still don't want to, I'm still not making a correlation, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. I don't have to get it.
Good evening, Auntie.
Hey, nephew. How are you, nephew? Nuwa?
Hey, nephew.
Hi, family. Good evening. Good evening.
Hey.
Good evening.
Hey.
What up, Nuwa?
Bonus and power.
Beat me up.
Uncle Sean, I love you, bro. What's happening?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think the declarations of the rights of man is something different than someone claiming identity or gender identity or something like that.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to make the correlation, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew Nuwa.
No, I think I understand Auntie Sandra's point when she's coming to the taking away someone's humanity and making it easier for you to harm them. So in a sense, when you I think you're talking about someone identifying themselves as something that they're not genetically as, right? So I'll look at it from an alpha male perspective, a sigma male perspective. I'm there to provide and protect. So if you no longer are identifying yourself as a woman, who am I there to protect? So in other words, if I now see you in the street and you want me to respect you as no longer being called a woman, no longer identifying as a woman, am I there to provide and protect for you? No. So now in a situation, you can be harmed because you are supposed to be then in a position to protect yourself. Because a woman needed, quote unquote, I know we'll blur lines, quote unquote, needs a man for that protection. So if I'm no longer there for that reason, and you're saying now you identify as a non-woman, I don't have a purpose and you don't have protection. So this is how it's easy now to dehumanize or to remove people, because where we should identify ourselves as male and female in your respective grounds, because that's what humanity, what this genetic matrix has us coded as. So if you no longer are that, a male identify as a male with a female with an XX chromosome and a male with an XY chromosome, is if you no longer identify with that, nature technically doesn't recognize you. So technically you don't belong here. You're not even what we would call, if the human was natural and that was XX and XY, and you're no longer identifying at those respectable levels, are you technically nature's product? No. So then technically I could kill you because you're not natural. And what we're losing is that identifying marker as what we would call a human, as being, or this part of this matrix, having the polarity of male and female. They're trying to merge it where you no longer exist. You're being replaced with a androgynous being, a person that doesn't have an actual second, asexual individual. That's where they're pushing it. So they're disrespecting you, where I'm going to dress as a man, go in your locker room, and my shock is why the women aren't freaking out, because they're like, oh, we're being bigots by calling it out. No, you're being replaced, because now I can put a non-XX chromosome where an XX chromosome should be. And that's where I feel like where we're going with it. They're really removing our natural ability to stand in where we should be standing.
Okay, so let me unpack this. Y'all see this? How y'all apologize. It's my fault for getting on the AD moment. Probably spending 30 minutes on food to stand the third. Bear with us, family. Okay, so that's a lot to unpack. So let's go back to protection. Okay, so are you saying that, let's say a transgender, she's a biological woman, but she transitioned into being a man, right? Living as a man, whatever the case may be.
As a man, identifying as a man. Yes, she's asking me to respect her as a man.
Right. Okay, so
around pronouns, and I'm like, oh, what up, girl? Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh,
so,
God.
I got it, son. Then you jump in. So if that's what I'm saying, why would I need for you to scrap for me in the street? Because I got my own old lady.
Okay, right there.
So I got my own lady though. Look at me.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I'm a Sigma on the sidelines, and you're in a situation, and we see you going 1-2 swinging, right? Normally, if you're a girl and I'm a Sigma in the background, I would try to help you, but you're now a guy. So I'm now going to do what guys do. I'm either going to coach it on and say, yeah, or I'm just going to shut up and watch it play out. So if you're getting your ass beat, and remember, we're going with the chromosomes here. So you're XY.
Yeah, and more than likely, I'm going to get the beat down. Right.
Okay, you understand. So I'm now going to watch you get beat down, as you should, because, guys are equally matched. And if a guy picks a fight with a guy and one gets knocked out, that's just a fair fight. Right? Is that correct?
If that's what I want to identify with, then yes. So what's the issue?
So then don't look for us for sympathy then when you got your ass beat.
Look at me like I'm all like I transitioned 4, 5, and 6.
No, I'm just saying.
But baby, I don't remember nobody asking for assistance. Shit, and if we want to keep it funky, a lot of these new age dudes, they'll sit there and watch a regular female with tits and ass and butts and hips get beat down by a man. But if they're not asking for your assistance, if that's what they identify with, I don't understand what's the issue. Am I off base, son? Scotty, correct me. Maybe I'm off base.
We're just gonna leave you there. I'm just saying, that's as long as we agree that we're just going to watch you get beat down, and we're going to be okay with it. Don't ask for help, okay? Don't pull, I need help now. Okay,
I just think the premises of protection based on gender, I don't understand the correlation of that, because no one's like, hey, I need your protection along with you accepting my gender identity.
Well, I'm just because we still look at you still as a female, but you want us to look at you as a male. So now we have to take off that normal instinct of protect the female.
But you're not even gonna know. You're not even gonna know that. More than likely, you won't even know that she's a female.
No, we're talking. This is a.
Because it just seems like people need to know up front. Hey, I need to know if you're a man or a woman before I
jump in.
Or like,
right before I jump in.
It's like, well, I don't think that's a prerequisite. I think it's a natural human. However you want to label someone, it's irregardless of your sex or your gender or your age. If someone's like in danger, it's just normal reaction to want to help or protect. It don't have nothing to do with your gender identity.
No. If I see two men that are equally matching each other and they're going at it, as long as it's a clean fight, I don't get involved. But if I can see that you're a female identifying as a man, I'm now having to switch off my normal instinct to say that's a woman in that disguise, but she wants to identify as a male. So that beatdown she's receiving, that's normal. Okay, that's now the programming I'm having to give myself, because now I can still see your chromosomes. I can still see that you're an XX. And that's what I'm saying. Now they're asking normal guys to turn off that switch of protecting the female, because now they're putting you in a position where I believe you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be going toe to toe with a genetic person that is stronger than you. I know you may feel that you're.
I already think the person who identifies as a man but is a biological woman who decides to get into a fight, they already made their decision. I have nothing to do with it at that point. I'm not about to be like, you're a biological woman. I'm confused if I should. They already made their decision about that. If they want to fight,
Correct. So that's what I'm saying. So when they get that beat down because they believe they're equally to that natural man, I'm not going to feel sorry for them, because we know they're not equal, but they believe they're equal. You understand what I'm coming from?
I don't think they, and look at me speaking, and I apologize in advance. I don't think they ask you to feel sorry. Go ahead, son. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Okay.
So just to recap, you're
because a lot of times it's just the sensationalized ideas of these things. Like, yes, the bathroom thing is a point of contention. Yes, the sports thing is a point of contention. Yes, the children, and that's the thing. The three things that just gets looped is like that's all transgender people have to offer in the outside world is like, stay out of our bathrooms, stay away from our kids, and stay out of our sports. It's like, okay, those are legitimate claims, but that's not the only thing that they have to offer in the world. And those are the only examples. It's like you set up the example within those parameters. It's like, well, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like, make separate bathrooms, whatever the case may be. Or like, yeah, anyone messing with kids, it don't have nothing to do with your gender, age, whatever. Like,
Scotty,
in sports, it's like they set this up for you. It's like the Hegelian dialectic. Like, yeah, you're gonna argue about these sports because, yeah, it doesn't make sense. The sports are already separated by gender, so why would you so-called changing your gender allow you to be put into this sport now? It's like they're setting you up to argue about these things that don't even make sense.
The confusion, the arguments, the fights, all of that stuff is a part of it. Yeah.
Scotty, there's a pool in Ontario that has a policy that allows a grown male, let's say 50-something, that identify as a female, to compete with teenage girls, to change in their change room and to get dressed in their dressing room because he identifies as a female. And to me, this is where, like I said, you can do whatever you want, but now you're blurring like reality and what you want us
society
to be.
Has.
You're still a man, you still have your dingle balls, but you just because you now are identifying as it, we must disassociate the reality of who you actually are and the positions you're putting yourself now. Because again, we had a society where the female bathroom in particular was a sacred place. There was no males.
But he's agreeing with us on the bathroom, or am I putting words in your mouth?
I'm saying that. I'm like, those are the only three
things
he's agreeing about.
Right, he's agreeing
with us.
The bathroom
is sports and the kids.
And he's absolutely agreeing with us on those. So
I'm not saying he's not, but I'm showing you now how it's being played out in reality, and like this is actually happening in Ontario. I'm not saying we're not arguing with each other.
Okay. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead. Okay.
No. Yeah. I'm just showing you this is now real conversation. Like people may think we're just making up scenarios, right? So I'm saying no. I gave you a real thing that's really happening. It's really in the news where this situation is going on. So people don't have
the get rid of each other. Yeah.
But we are already in a world where they're going to come up with different laws and policies that are based in depravity. So what makes you think that the LGBT is outside of that? Who ever thought that the government was going to be making policies and stuff for our benefit? So they just lumped in there with the rest of the bullshit, depravity policies and mandates and laws and all the other bullshit. It really doesn't matter about the gender or
coming out in their works now,
if they're doing this to be provocative, to be antagonistic, to get the reactions out of people.
Right. 100.
Okay. All right, and I forgot what the other point I was trying to make. So, but bottom line, no, nephew, I'm not in agreement.
I think people do what they want to do. I'm not saying they couldn't, but I'm just saying that they're going to use this against the people who they labeled human because they want to, like, say, for instance, some guy. Oh, I won't go that deep. That's too bad.
Okay.
No, that they go on a killing spree because they get really angry for being tricked, and that's been happening lately.
What?
So
But that
that's
whoa.
And that's another narrative. I was tricked. That's what you wanted, and then you were already an angry, violent person.
Baby, don't play. We not finna play, because me and y'all could sit up here and say you was tricked. Okay? Because that's just let's run that Eddie Murphy story back. How the fuck you gonna be tricked, bruh, when you was on the particular hostro side with transgenders? How the fuck was you tricked? Okay? Now I lived in Atlanta. And that's the oldest motherfucking trick in the book. I was tricked. You's a motherfucking lie. You know which side are the natural women hoes, the gay track gay men hoes, and the transsexual. So ain't nobody tricked your motherfucking ass. I'm sorry, go on, son, Scotty. Shit.
And, you know, not even to the point of where you had any type of sexual relations. I know dudes that have, because I'm in all realms of life. I don't discriminate. So, like, I've had straight male friends that have been in the same company as transgender women, did not know they were transgender, found them attractive. The women, they didn't have any type of sex with them or do nothing with them, but they found out that they were a transgender and then got offended and mad at the woman
because they was attracted.
You were just attracted before you knew all the details, and now you feel like that's like
messing with your manhood.
Act on your. It's like they didn't deceive you. That's just who they are, and okay, by appearance, you don't know by, and then it's like now they feel entitled. Now I need you to tell me, even if we ain't having sex, what you are, because I deserve to know. Okay, so now you feel entitled. I'm not fucking you and you're not my doctor, so how are you entitled to know what I was born as?
We can't use that trick. I'm sorry, sis. Men cannot use that trick thing. And the reason I'm saying that, because that's the oldest line in the book. And we can't say that it's a surge. Oh, it's a surge, you know, recently. No, that shit been happening. That shit
been killing niggas. Niggas been killing straight women. Niggas been killing trans women. Niggas been killing gay niggas. Like
killing. That's the point.
Right, but we can't put it on sexuality. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not putting it on sexual.
Or it's a surge because of XYZ. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean. That is a hot topic. We sorry up in the fan show. We still ain't get the regular topic. Go ahead on, Brother Sean. Sis, you brought this bullshit up, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You good, baby.
How about the fact that we stopped caring about each other, period?
Yeah.
That transhumanism, that ain't it. They don't need that to make us stop caring about each other.
No.
That's already happened. We already hate ourselves. Like Scotty was saying, it shouldn't be about gender. If
Absolutely.
you see somebody getting jumped, you used to help people. You separate the shit. I mean, if they had a legitimate reason for kicking the motherfucker, you better continue. Yeah, I'm just saying, you found out that They jumping this motherfucker because he just beat up their little sister or
Right.
or because
Right.
this, that. Handle your
Touch
business.
the child.
We ain't got shit to do with that. Go ahead on. But
Right.
if you just jumping somebody to rob them or just to harm them, yeah, you help somebody. But we don't do that no more because
No.
people are sick. People identify with their abusers. They want to protect them. It's just that it's so much sickness and self-abuse that goes on within us. They don't have to do much of anything anymore.
I agree.
We've accepted the program. So to keep giving them power and saying that they're doing this and they're doing that. No, they ain't. We doing it.
Absolutely.
We permit everything to happen. How we gonna be gods and guardians of the earth and creators of all systems and then play the victim role? It don't make no sense. I mean, it's either we the shit or we're shit.
Yep. Or pieces of shit. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But I digress.
No, very, very good point.
And then also a thing that I noticed is that we can separate the agenda and the doctrine and the whatever the program from the people with almost every other type of thing besides with this whatever you want to call
Exactly.
it LGBT agenda. Like if take for instance Black Lives Matter. We can critique Black Lives Matter all day and, go after these doctrines and these things and these behaviors and what they're implementing and, all of that. But we never go to criticizing the people who just happen to be Black. Like you don't criticize all Black people because they maybe fall under Black Lives Matter.
Right.
And that's another thing. You don't automatically assume that every Black person believes in Black Lives Matter. But people tend to believe just because you may fall in one of those categories, you all of a sudden believe and consent to LGBT and all that bullshit.
I agree.
It's like you can't separate the people from the agenda.
I agree.
Like you can go to your church and see the gay tambourine player, and you can go to the mechanic and see your butch gay lesbian auntie. You can go whatever, and you see these people in your community, and you see them as real people. But somehow, when it comes to the agenda, you can't see that. Hey, there's real people behind this, but those aren't the people that's making this agenda. That's the corporations and the whatever and the whatever and the whatever. And I feel like that discretion needs to be had because people tend to just lump the people in with the agenda when it comes to that.
But that's something they forget about in history. Also, it's been going on forever. Like they say, there's nothing new under the sun. It's been going on. And for people to act like this is new, and to act like they outraged. Some of their greatest heroes is quote unquote gay.
Yep.
Some of the greatest so-called emperors, this, that, and the other is quote unquote gay. And they're still respected, etc., etc. To me, all of that is a distraction.
I agree.
It's a fear tactic. It's a tactic of division.
Right.
If somebody's comfortable in who they are and don't fear shit, you ain't worried about what another motherfucker said. You ain't seeking another motherfucker's approval.
Nope.
Nothing. You ain't got time for that shit. You about your purpose.
That's right.
And what you choose to do with your avatar ain't got shit to do with your soul.
Ooh.
And as far as for this depopulation agenda, if you ain't ascending up out of here, moving on to new shit, you coming back anyway. So the depopulation agenda is bullshit. They just setting you up to come back as a baby, where you're more viable. It's all part of the game.
Yeah, because suicide
The
rates
whole
are high.
reincarnation cycle. They coming back. If you ain't doing the right thing, if you ain't at the right frequency, you coming back. Don't nobody die. So the whole depopulation thing is what? A fear tactic.
Yep.
We buy into that. And then we sit up and do what they tell us to do in order to be reincarnated, in order to be recycled. There's too much shit going on here for people to be worried about who jumping up and down on
who. All right, and how they doing it? Shit, now you know that's back in the day, Brother Sean, jumping up and down. Jumping up and down.
That's falling off into labels. Why does anything have to be labeled? It's all energy.
Absolutely.
When you put labels on shit, you limit it. You put it in a box. Do what you do.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it ain't bothering me.
That's
I'm
what I
gonna
say.
do what I do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because bottom line is about respect. Respect and how your energy is moving. And just me personally, I can't sit up and categorize people. And that's why I'm not on that racist shit either. This is exactly why I'm not on that racist shit either. Because it's about energy. Okay? And if your energy ain't right, and you low vibing, and not even the fact that you're low vibing, because everybody's at different levels, but you low vibing, come fucking with me, we got an issue. We got an issue. We don't want to be honest on this planet. Because everybody is not following their agreed upon script. You busy worried about what somebody else do. Long as that person isn't causing any harm to anyone, what fucking business of it is yours?
None.
Because, I mean, if we want to keep this shit all the way funky, we get the same shit with heterosexual people. Who the fuck she think she is? Who the fuck she fucking? What she doing? Mind your motherfucking business. You're supposed to be on your grind, on your purpose. And the last time I checked all up and through and around this bitch, melanated people, we got a lot of other work to do. And who doing what to win, how somebody jumping up and down on each other should be the farthest fucking thing that we worried about. Because as you worried about what the quote gay community are doing, let's not talk about the motherfucking degeneracy in the heterosexual community. Do we want to do you want Annie to get on that? No, I didn't fucking think you wanted Andy to get on that. Go on ahead, son. Shit.
Yeah, because I was just going, I didn't really have no go ahead on with the fuckery, but this conversation piqued my interest and brought up something when you just said that about, like, you know, focused on the wrong things, not prioritizing the real degeneracy. So,
exactly.
you know, we be on our film tip over here, you know, reading between the lines, not just blindly watching and just being a drone, just plugging into some shit. So we know we in reset era, so they bringing out a revamped Color Purple, you know, bringing back them common themes, you know, of the church and the family and feminism, Pan-Africanism and all that type of stuff. The AME church and all of that. So the outrage lately that I've been hearing about the film is that people are not knowing that Celie was a lesbian. Not knowing that there was a lesbian intimate relationship between Celie and Suge.
I forgot. This is a new generation being introduced to this. Okay.
Yeah, and then not knowing that it went in, and this is not a remake of the movie. So you got the book,
musical.
You got the movie by Steven Spielberg, and you got the Broadway musical, and now you got this play, which is a remaking of the Broadway musical. So it's not the movie and it's not the book. It's a remake of, it's basically taking the musical and putting it on film. So anyway, again, we have the same thing that happened in 1986, which Whoopi Goldberg talked about this, because if you read the book is lesbian as hell. Like Suge is teaching Celie about her private parts, how to look at her privates and know the parts of them.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
And so people are people are pressed about the kiss because I guess they went more into a kiss than they could in 1986. 1986 and 1984 or whatever. Whoopi Goldberg said this, like, we couldn't even say lesbian. We could barely say lesbian at the time on TV and movies in 1986. So a kiss, like, you better be glad you got that. And so people are still more pressed about the lesbian content in the movie than learning in the first part of the movie that this little girl is being raped by her stepfather.
Absolutely. Had children and the fucking physical abuse and the slavery that women was put under. Fuck all of that. Let's get to the lesbian stuff. This is what I'm talking about, priorities. And the hypocrisy of it all. I'm sorry, son, continue. And I didn't know the fuckery continued in 2023.
Yeah, because I'm sure they probably, because this is the time they're going to indulge more in the LGBT content. So I'm pretty sure it was like, you know, not grotesque, but it's going to be more than a peck that you saw in the 80s. So, like, we shouldn't be just so still in a place where these things are so unaccustomed to us. Like, we need to know what's degeneracy and what's just like normal behavior. Like,
we know what degeneracy is, son Scotty. We know what it is. The melanated community wanna fucking look past that shit. We finna keep it all the way to motherfuck funky up in here. We want to look past degeneracy when it's concerning what's going on in the family, when it's concerning how, you know, men are involved in the degeneracy. We want to look fucking past that and sweep the shit up under the rug and focus on something else. And I'm telling you, I don't have it to give. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I don't understand how they would complain about the quote unquote lesbian stuff in The Color Purple. But I don't remember not one person complaining about it in Black Lightning.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was on
and that was on regular TV.
Yeah. I'm surprised that it's becoming an issue.
And everybody was raving about Black Lightning.
Oh yeah, because okay, this is the thing. They rave about it when it's interracial. It's like, okay, yeah, you know, make it a lesbian and give her an Asian girlfriend. Da da da. We can give it a pass because we place being gay and lesbians on other cultures. Oh, the white man brought it to us. Whatever other cultures are. It's like no, anybody. It don't matter what your race is. Like
it's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy at the best because art. I'm not saying everybody does this, so hear Amy out. But last time I checked, you running around here talking about brown booty holes. You running around here talking about you like women that like women. You running around here talking about threesomes. You running around here talking about my girlfriend gotta go. Don't fucking play with me. You don't get to pick and choose what you feel is degeneracy. So you trying to tell me long as somebody, 2 women is on your nuts, it's okay. So if a ding-a-ling ain't swinging in between these 2 women, it's okay. Go fucking play with somebody else. You don't get to half and half it with me. So that was cool. Now correct Annie if I'm motherfucking wrong in this bitch. Ain't you motherfuckers running around here with brown booty hole song? That's a motherfucking hit. But you don't like gay men. Well, shit. I'm not, goddamn it, I ain't even know that, shit, I'm kind of behind on some things. But ain't that part of gay sex? Oh, but I guess because you doing it to a woman, and fucker, don't play with me. Find somebody else to play with. You don't get to mix the shit. Okay? So I guess if a woman sit up here and say, well, I'm finna get down with 2 dudes. Oh, you a hoe. Go fucking find somebody else to play with. Because you're confusing yourself. You're confusing the next generation. And you're a fucking hypocrite. Yes, sir. Shit.
That's okay. That's okay with these dudes sharing a chick. They go in the same hole.
Shit, you know, shit. I'm all out of goddamn it, I'm all out of touch. Shit, my bad. I stand motherfucking corrected. Go find
some conversation.
Right, but there's nothing new under the sun. People would talk back about the Roman orgies and this, that, or the other, the Moors and their harems, this, that, or the other. Ain't none of this shit new. There's nothing new under the sun. Why people keep trying to make exceptions about certain shit is that's just on them. I mean, but the thing is, in wholeness, you have to accept what is. And everything is a part of the script. It's a never-ending story. It's all about experiences and the experiences that people choose to have. That's on them.
Agreed.
Just be true to what your purpose is.
Agreed.
If you ain't about that life, then you shouldn't be monitoring it. You shouldn't know what's going on in that community. You should know who doing what, because you ain't about that life.
Right.
You can't sit up and worship Diddy and Quincy Jones and all these other people, all these other famous people. You sit up and worship and adore them. And somebody that's your same blood, somebody that you grew up with, you hate them.
Yeah.
But
that's
you worship
a great
these
point.
celebrities.
Yep. that's doing all the stuff that you claim you hate. That's an excellent point.
I digress.
No, very good conversation. Yes, Nisi Poo, double standing with no standards. So, baby, just find somebody else to play with. And personally, just leave the subject alone. Because personally, I don't be wanting to know what the fuck y'all do behind closed doors. Shit. I the fuck can't keep up, and that's okay. That's out of my league. But don't come playing with Annie. You don't like this and that, but you bop into a brown booty hole and talking about you got a girlfriend and got a girlfriend. Get the fuck out of here. And you do threesomes. Get the fuck out of here and go play with somebody else. Shit. All right, now what's next? Shit. Son Scotty, you got any? Go ahead on with the fuckery.
Oh no, that was my go ahead on.
Okay, nephew, New Why, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Nothing really out the gate. The only thing I want to just kind of bring up was just when you guys are talking about Black people and all that, I've realized we like to blur lines. But what I've learned from reading a few books is that in Europe, they didn't even care necessarily your skin color. They were more on were you Christian or were you not Christian in a sense. So they, in their world, what I'm saying is when they came here, I think they used the race card to blur their affiliations and like how they changed their last name. As you said, one was a steward, but you wouldn't know that they were part of that lineage because they changed everything. So back in their world, they didn't really see color as an issue. They were blending the two. So it was more based on, let's say, your religious ties. Were you Catholic? Were you Christian, Protestant,
right,
or a Jew, or whatever the case is, Islamic? But it wasn't necessarily white or black. Like I've even heard some of those MPK guys said it doesn't matter your skin color as long as you're an Israelite and you're from that that lineage. It doesn't matter your physical skin color. So I feel that that's one thing we got to make understanding that in their world before they came here, in let's say Christopher Columbus, let's use that timeline. They didn't see skin color. It's when they came here, they used that play to distract us from what was important. And now, yes, I'm Black, I'm this and that. Because again, they were trying to remove our identity so we won't remember, let's say, our place in the world, in the system, and how we're supposed to protect the land. But if they can now identify us as Black and white, they can then play that game out when, again, when they came from Europe, they weren't identifying themselves as Black and white. It was more their affiliation from the church than anything else.
Right. And, thanks to this particular series that we're going over, now we know exactly when the switch from Black rulership to white rulership came into play. That was in the Revolutionary War. So race is an invention. Not the majority of them, though. They weren't, and not in Caucasian, not majority by the Revolutionary War.
Before they knew America existed, though, as I'm saying, before they knew America existed, they didn't identify themselves.
Yeah, okay, and that's fair. That's fair. Those that were over here, we should know now that race is an invention. Okay.
Right.
The concept of race, it is an invention, because as we're going through this material, the same thing that we're saying it was put on melanated folks not being human, being slaves, all of the stuff that we thought was exclusively to Black folks, we now know that Caucasian people went through it. So just even by that particular truth tells you that race has to be an invention.
And then it's even in the word, race is a competition, a literal race of the races.
Damn.
So
now that's bars.
They have control over the baton and who is, in the lead and staggering. And so when it's time, for the resets, they're going to switch it. Okay, now let's put Black in the front and let's put white in the back. Okay, now it's time to flip. Let's put the Black in the back and the white in the front.
Exactly. Exactly. And now we can throw sexuality in there as well. And
divide that group up.
right. And really what we should be getting out of this as divine beings, what does that have to do with me, my purpose, what I'm set out to do? That be the problem that I be having. And specifically, we want, as you know, melanated people, and I'm just going to keep this to the Americas, although technically I could expand what I'm about to say around the planet. We have enough to focus on. It doesn't matter what, quote, quote, they gonna do. Doesn't matter how you feel. Somebody should be jumping up and down on each other. When we look at the mortality rates of melanated people, when we look at, and I'm only in the Americas, although technically I can span this across the world. When we look at the state of said family that we supposedly and allegedly care so much about. When we look at the numbers of our black babies dying up in these streets. It's the fake outrage for me. When we look at the state of the family, it's the fake outrage. You got shit burning down to the motherfucking ground over here. And you worried about a pile over here that's not going to impact your family over here. Now I'm going to say, and I'm going to say again, sweep around your own motherfucking doorstep. Because I guarantee you, if you concentrating on that, you ain't got time on what somebody else is doing over here. It's called deflection. And said, black community, I'm talking in the Americas, got deflection down to a goddamn T. Got it down to a T. The people that naturally do the work, that have their heart in the right place, they don't get the support. They get very, very, very little support. But people with the slick talking, pimp vibes, also fucking shenanigans, get all of the support because it's priorities. So I'm going to say, as the auntie with the scarf on, go find somebody else to play with. I'm not sanctioning the bullshit. Either as melanated, aka black Americans, we're going to put priorities where it needs to be, or you gonna shut the fuck up. Especially concerning with auntie. I don't want to hear that shit. You're not going to play in my face. I don't give a fuck who it is. Go do the work. Go make your families healthy. Make your motherfucking self healthy. Let's the fuck start with that. Do it person by person, family by family, block by block. Then you circle back to Annie and say XYZ 456. Because all I'm seeing is jumping into this, jumping into that. It's deflection. Do the work or shut the fuck up. Grow up or keep playing. But you can't have it both ways with Annie. Because, see, you make my nerves bad. I'm going to have to smoke. And depending on what your approach is, where I'm going to have to cuss you clean, plumb the fuck out because you disrespectful. Or I'm going to have to sit down and have a conversation with you and tell you fake than a motherfucker. And Annie can't participate in no fakeness. I don't want my fucking name attached to no goddamn fakeness. I didn't come here to mislead. I didn't come here to participate in fuckery. All right, so that's that. All right, so with all of that said, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Nah, we could get off into the
material. Right there.
Yeah. Let the material unfold.
Right. So I did want to go over the homework. The West-a-Face, Killers of the Flower Moon. Okay, we gave 2 weeks. Because that's still on topic. If you have not seen that movie, go on and look at it. I'm not going to lie, it's depressing as hell. It's really depressing. It's long. It took me all week to get through it. Not because it's long, but because it was so depressing. I had to keep stopping. Like, well, damn. So I'll pause. Son, Scotty, what you want to put on that? You want to give a little synopsis on it? And then we could get into it. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so...
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
So my first impression going into it is just like, okay, it's another one of these, stories where it's like they show us the proxy Siberian Native American and the white man. And, it's the story that we're accustomed to seeing and looking. But as I'm watching it, I'm like, I can't help but see that Black people, Black Americans, Indigenous Black people in these roles. Everything down from them saying like Wakanda as their god.
Yep.
The names, the first names and the surnames.
Yep.
Like, Brown, like all of that. Them referencing Tulsa, saying it was just like Tulsa.
Yep.
All of this. So you have these Osage people, and they have already been moved around off their land already. And so the people thought they were putting them in a place that was so barren and rocky that it wouldn't be, very valuable land. Lo and behold, strike oil. They become filthy rich. Oh, and this was another thing. Like, I ain't see too much of these Native Americans wearing so-called traditional, what we see the Native Americans look like. They got filthy rich and was driving cars. They had jewelry, fur coats, all it. I'm like, see niggas. I'm still seeing niggas.
Right. Truths and vows. Anyway, go ahead. Right. I agree. Keep going, son, unless you done putting something on it.
I'll just, wrap up the little synopsis. So they strike oil, they become filthy rich. And then, then we get the story of the white man, so-called white man, which we come to find out, I guess, was, of the Khazarian influence, of the Masonry influence, because there was a whole scene with that in there. But anyway, they come in and they create a whole system around how to dupe these people, not only out of their land, but their resources, their money, their property, their wills, their insurance, like everything down to the fucking T. It's not just some like, oh, we happened upon it and, they have a whole network of how to do this to these people.
Agreed. Now,
so much to the point where they have legal titles as what are they? They're called incompetents, and they have guardians. They have to go through their guardian to even get the money to do things. Like, to get so another woman has she has to get insulin.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I understand, diabetes doesn't discriminate, but as far as I know, it's just more stuff that's adding up to Black American.
Yeah, because that's the first thing I thought about that bad sugar, but continue, son. Yep.
So yeah, they have this whole structure around how to take these people's resources, and then it gets very much insidious because they start taking them out. Like they marry in, they poison them, they straight up murder them, shoot them. They set up different little coalitions, and then some of them are so vagrant about it. They done married one sister, killed her off, married the other sister, working on killing her off. It's like, oh, and that was the other thing. It was always through the women. It was always the men marrying into the women.
Always.
And then you had the other, stereotypes that can go both ways. We know, like on the reservation, the drug addiction and alcoholism and all that type stuff. But a lot of them were alcoholics and drunks, coming into that wealth and, having the plethora of vices available and all of that type stuff. And then when you've been reduced to the status of an incompetent on your own land, that does something to your ego and your pride. And how do those people, they don't have no system to cope with that. So of course it's easy to kill a drunk, alcoholic, dead Indian. It wasn't, for a long time, there was no investigation into these murders until, they went up to the state capitol. They got a private investigator, all kinds of different stuff. So you see, not only do they have a network to steal the resources generationally from these people, you see they have the support of the institutions. So the judges and the courts and the police, all these institutions support these people coming in and basically stealing the land, identity, culture of these indigenous people.
Right.
And I'm not taking from any other cultures. I'm not leading to erasure. I'm sure the Osage people, whatever the case may be, that was even though, and even so, some of the language did not match up. They was talking about how the grandchildren was brown. And I'm like, you got a pale Native American and you got a pale Caucasus, Khazarian, whatever. And your children are pale. Where's the brown?
Right.
So I feel like there was some holes in the story where it was like, made me think even more that they were just superimposing Native Americans onto indigenous Black American, Indian, whatever you want to call them, stories, because it took place in Oklahoma just the same. So yeah, those were my general immediate thoughts on it. It's just like, it was just so traumatizing, but the way that they broke down the grittiness and the griminess and just how it was just very much disgusting and repulsing. And then also to just see the intricate network around it was also just like, well, now you see how something like that can go by. Like that was their culture. Their culture was to come in and do this to the other culture. It's an extension of colonization.
Indeed. Thank you for that synopsis. Here's my take on it. Okay. I think I'm in agreement with you, son Scotty, that I think it wavered between telling a Native American story, so meaning those that were classified as Native Americans, but really aren't indigenous to the land, but kind of still giving hints that this is some of what the original indigenous melanated / AKA Black Indians were going through. So I saw where they were switching between the two. And I immediately caught that when you said, because I think they were sitting around at some function, and one of the ladies said, "Our blood is being whitening up." And they were kind of panning around, and they were showing where all of these Indian women were married to Caucasian men. And that was pretty much what they were saying. But, you know, our babies are brown. I'm like, that math ain't mathing. I'm like, but I understand why y'all doing that. You're throwing code in there to tell us these are really two sets of populations, and we're just blending it in this movie. And you have to understand true history to know which is which that we're talking about. So excellent point there. Here's the thing that struck me. The whole idea of it was systematically set up to fleece this particular group of people out of the said wealth. Because remember, like Son Scotty said, they didn't think them going on that land in Oklahoma was going to be that resourceful. So it was just by accident that the oil struck. Because if I remember correctly, I think they said the O'Shea folks came from Arkansas, if I'm not mistaken. They left up out of Arkansas and came to Oklahoma. Okay. And they were saying that part of Oklahoma.
Yes.
I forgot which specific part of Oklahoma it was.
Yes, because one of the men had said something, and I was like, that was very interesting how he worded it. He was like, they're trying to like move us from the land we came to. And I was like, oh, okay, they recognize that it's not their indigenous land. They came to that land, and they've been perpetually coming to lands as nomads.
Exactly. So I caught that. So they were, but on the movie, you know, if you're going by the official historical narrative, you're going to immediately think about the Trail of Tears by them making that statement. Okay, whatever the case may be. It was so blatant, the setup of having control over really the lives of these people. It was apparently clear because, like Son Scotty said, you mean to tell me, you tell me what qualifies me being competent or not? You tell me whether or not I have a guardian. And that's why I think week before last, 2 weeks ago, we went over Sarah Rector, the indigenous Black American Indian girl who had all of this wealth. And they were putting a guardian over her and trying to fleece her out of her wealth. It was the same thing that was going on here. And I was just blown away that you want me to come and sit down with you to tell you how I'm spending my ends. I was really, really blown away by that. The second part I was blown away by, like Son Scotty said, was how the European men were marrying into this particular tribe. And it was blatantly for the wealth. And in the movie, they depicted how these European men, they came over, they didn't have nothing. They didn't have nothing to give. Okay? So they were clearly marrying into these wealthy women at this point. And okay, if it's for love, you know, whatever the case may be, but they were depicting it in the movie that it was a strategic move to get the wealth. Now, the key that struck me was that you had a Mason that was in the mix of it. And he said, quote, "I am a master Mason. He said he a 32nd degree Master Mason. I said, oh yeah, that's about right. Because soon as he brought Leonardo DiCaprio's character in there to chastise him over something he didn't do right, soon as they walked in there, I saw, oh, that's a Masonic temple. I could see that already. That's a Masonic temple all day long. And that's when he admitted, I'm a 32nd degree Master Mason, da 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 da. I said, okay, well, go ahead on, movie. I'm glad that you admitting it. And that particular role, Robert De Niro played that role, by the way. That particular...
Yeah, and the guy was his nephew.
Leonardo was his nephew. And
he was so dumb, he didn't even know. Somebody else had to say, because he was like, yeah, you and your Jew uncle. He's like, Jew? He didn't even know. So he was so dumb, he didn't even know his own bloodline. He coming in stealing somebody else's own bloodline.
And didn't even know his own.
Put him on so hard. You see how it is.
He put him on.
Was putting him on so hard.
He put him on because he basically was prepping him up to either way get with one of the Indian women. Okay, it just so happened the one that he married, he was her driver. He was coaching that man along the way of what to do. So that right there, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So you got these particular people that came into this wealth being controlled down to how they could spend their money, whether or not you need a guardian. And now you have a Master Mason in the mix that's pretty much controlling everything that's done around there. Okay? And he was literally, that Master Mason, putting these Caucasian men on to marrying these different women. Okay? Now, here's the thing where I'm going to ruffle some feathers. The men, I have no words to describe. I really have no words to describe. Because there was no protection. We want to sit up here and talk about protection. They didn't protect their women. Now I'm just this just Rhonda's opinion. Women weren't protected. It was from the standpoint with the men of literally weakness. Because all you saw were the men getting drunk as a doggone skunk. And some of them were taken out unalive, this, that, and the third. But as a collective of men in that particular community was null and void. Literally null and void. So the man drunk as a skunk. Ain't no type of regulating going on. Wait a minute, bro. Who is you? No, you can't come up in here and get with my sister. We don't know you like that, bruh. That's immediately what I saw. I'm like, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because sis Tamika in the chat and other people talking about his string King Hale, he wanted you to call his ass King, whatever, was into doing them insurance, getting the insurance policies.
Exactly. Taking people out. Exactly.
And so she like, he didn't put him on. He used his ass. He had a life insurance policy on him. Was going to kill him next and have the land pass to him. And well, you know, that's the thing. You gotta like, you give a little to take a lot. So he's like, let me use you enough for me.
Right. Right, because to me, he still put him on because he didn't have shit. Baby, as a bag of rocks, baby. As a bag of rocks. So to me, that's why he put him on. Because he didn't fucking have shit. He didn't have shit. And it wasn't like he was the sharpest knife in the drawer, like Big Mama and them say. To me, I'm even going to go as far as say he was slow. So to me, that's why he got put on. Because to come from those circumstances, to go to wealth, you was put on. But my point that, I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
And then another point was beyond him being slow, he came out of the military. So his slow ass was in the military, coming to America, coming over here and getting put. So beyond just this one person, say it's not this story, the people who wasn't as dumb, but, came through the same channels and got put on to just marry in and take the land. All of them ain't going to be, they showing you in the worst case scenario, this shit can still work out for us. Yep. So again, what I saw blatantly stand out, this is the failure of the men. Because how are you going to sit here and justify you letting foreigners come in and knowingly marrying your quote women for the purpose of wealth, and you sit back and you let the shit happen? And you're turning around asking the same people that's doing these things to you to give you justice. Now let TT take a sip of this water. Where they do that at? How are you going to go and ask the same people that are oppressing you to give you justice? Does this fucking sound familiar to anyone? That stood out to me huge. So the rest, it played out the way it played out. A lot of people got unalived, specifically the women. It was planned, it was set up to transfer wealth from one group of people to the other. And again, the men sat back and watched the shit happen. Okay? So now I'm going to swing it around to a broader conversation. This is why I don't allow people to play in my face. You can't tell me you a warrior, you a this, you a that, you the 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then when it's coming to action, you turn around and tell me you have to go to who you claiming now, who you claiming is oppressing you for your freedom. You really fucking think I'm fenced to let you roll with that bullshit you're trying to convince me? You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that you were great warriors. We did this, we did that, we did this, we did that. I'm like, okay, all right. So, but I'm talking about right here today. That doesn't fly to me as a woman. I'm sorry.
That's what stood out to me. Literally, those women had no protection. Because all I want to know is, why the hell was they marrying them in the first place? Because if we all came over together, I'm sorry, go ahead. Huh?
They had no protection, and they stopped the elder woman. The elder woman was like trying to tell them the whole time, like, nah, why y'all keep marrying the white man?
Exactly.
Yeah, it was like the men was actually acting like the incompetent title. and the women were left to their own defenses, meanwhile being killed off. Meanwhile, their elders, they are being more indoctrinated into the white man European system and not listening to their elders.
Blink, blink, blink. Blink, 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 blink. So whose fault is it that the culture of that particular group was watered down? The culture is what we make it. And I'm looking at this particular story, which, by the way, it is a true story. They say it's a true story. Okay? You know, because I looked up the pictures, this, that, and the third. They looked Native Americans to me, not indigenous American Indian. But that was based on a true story. Okay? So I say again, whose fault is it when the culture is out of whack? We can't have it both ways. We can't say we value family and we don't make family a priority. Men, you can't say that you want to be a leader, you want to protect, you want to provide, but then you turn around and go run a zaddy and say, I need you to take your foot off my neck. I need you to give my old lady welfare and keep me in the motherfucking home. Now, I'm just going to tell you as a woman, nigga, that don't none of those work for me. What are your priorities? What are your values? I base those things on your fucking actions. And if you're not doing it, if you out bullshitting, partying, running hoes, doing this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, go fucking find somebody else to play with because you're not serious. Everybody want to be a leader, but you don't want to fucking do the work. It don't work like that. I didn't see an ounce of leadership in that group. Not a fucking ounce. So Ma, I just related that to the Black American community. And I say what the fuck I say, and I mean what the fuck I say. I don't see an ounce of leadership in the Black community. I see motherfuckers running their mouth. I don't see the action. And those that do have the leadership, they don't get the backing. Because you are talking real work. I'm going to say this again. Culture is what we make it. What are your values? What do business you really stand on? I don't want to fucking hear this. I want to see it with your actions. I don't have respect for it. I would rather you sit in the corner, sus, that ain't me, I ain't with it right now, da-da-da-da-da. But motherfucker, when you jump out off that porch and give yourself that title, I'm going to hand you your motherfucking ass if you're pretending. You can't have it both ways. Black men, you can't fucking have it both ways. You can't tell me you want to be a fucking leader when the homes are broken. When there's fucking babies dying on the street. When women and children aren't fucking safe in these neighborhoods. You can't fucking tell me you want to be a leader if you ain't doing it. Black women, you can't tell me you're a fucking, oh, I'm a matriarch, I'm a goddess, and I'm an empress. And bitch, you're fucking not above drug legs and you ain't taking care of your own goddamn babies. Go fucking find somebody else to play with. Now we're going into the fake 2024. I'm not for the bullshit. Wasn't for the bullshit in 2023 or 2022. But my tolerance is very, very low. Either you're going to put up with actions or shut the fuck up. Y'all too motherfucking old to have your old asses around here fucking pretending. And when you pull the goddamn curtain back, your shit is ragged in a can of sauerkraut, as, Papa would say. You ain't doing no real work. Your life is a hot motherfucking mess. But you a leader. Leader of what, motherfucker? Chaos and confusion? Again, the culture is what we make it. Nobody is coming to save us. Put up or shut up. Okay? Now, yes, that movie was so damn depressing, y'all. Took me a long time to get through it. I had to stop this, that, and the third. Took me all damn week to get through it. But that's the first thing that jumped out to me. Like, this is the fucking failure of the men. Where the fuck was the men? Well, that's all I got on that. You got anything else, Son Scotty? Because shit, I can move into the regular material.
No, I think we hit a lot of points. People can go out there and watch it on their own, and see what they get from it. But yeah, don't depend on none of these type of narratives or system, because it's all been done before. These, we call them, oh, they did the okie doke on them. It's like, how many more okie dokes do we got to go through before you just boo-boo the fool? Like, you're just setting yourself up for the reset. Like, they gonna do these same things, these same programs all the time. And this is part of generational curses. If you gonna have your generations repeat the same program over and over and over again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not a soup sandwich. I'm born here said a shit raggedy as a soup sandwich. Now that's a good one. I always heard can of sauerkraut, because you open sauerkraut and boy, it's gonna spread. But that's a good one. I'ma use that. Yeah, go on and find somebody else to play with. Shit. Be real with your shit. It's a lot of growing up that needs to be done. Seriously, on the real. A lot of growing up. I'm sorry, go ahead, baby.
I wonder if they're doing that in Africa with those Nigerians and things.
Now, you know, I had went off on that when you was like, oh, they're going out. I'm like, post this on my way. They're going to fuck themselves. Because I said the same thing about Africans. You ain't finna sit over here and tell me that you letting the Asian man and the Caucasian man come over here and take resources, and then you gonna turn around as a man that's born here, you're indigenous here, and tell me as a woman you gotta go to him to do something for you. Well, puss ass nigga, what do I need you for? I might as well go on and get the Asian man and the Caucasian man to do it.
Yeah, because they marrying them girls in Africa a lot.
And women, I'm telling you, we have to call men on their shit. And stop participating in the foolery. Because a lot of women, as women, we are participating in the foolery. Well, you know, I guess I'll go alone to get alone because I got some man. Fuck out of here. Well, you difficult. You a feminist. You right, motherfucker, and don't you forget it. Because you cross across this motherfucking doorstep, you better come correct. Because I'm going to hand you your ass and send you on your way. Fuck I look like.
Actually,
go ahead.
I just want to, KW said something prominent too. The Osage land could not be bought, only inherited. That's why the devils married their way in. And so that's another thing about, you know, property, you know, your heirs' property that you pass down through your bloodline.
Yep.
Way different than, you know, something that can be outright bought. So that's why another thing, a reason why they had to marry in and inherit it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Very, very good point.
Like a trust. We'll set up like a trust.
So again.
Yes, in a trust.
Right, in a trust.
In a trust.
So again, if you know all of this, why, as a culture, are we allowing it to happen? Because somebody cut the deal. Somebody cut that particular deal. And as this particular group, you made that decision to be a part of that deal. So you don't understand why things happen the way they happened?
Nephew.
Yes, nephew.
You're asking about the deal. One thing the people that did speak out or tried to stop the deal, a lot of those people were, as you would call it, unalived. And it was, they would unalive anyone that would dare try to make the masses aware of the truth. So you can be senile and know the truth, but if you dare step into the public arena and try to announce that to the rest of the masses, that's when you always became an enemy of, let's quote unquote, the state.
Right. Totally agree. I'm not disputing that at all. I'm not disputing that. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
I'll say a lot of people don't now. Just saying a lot of I believe the problem we're having with the Black community, as you're looking at or you're quoting, is we've lost that quote unquote guidance that we should have had, that leadership that should have been there, but has been covertly removed from us systematically, in a sense. As like I said right now, you said men made the choice to leave the household, but it was pitched to us as, yes, let's go get hoes and not take care of responsibilities.
No, but that's a choice. Leadership. That would be like, Rhonda, you can sell your hoo-ha out of both dog legs. You can either do that path.
Cool.
It doesn't matter. Rhonda still what is Rhonda motherfucking made of?
Correct. It's supposed to be self accountability. That's
exactly. So nobody is making us do these things. Because even let's say if Rhonda made that choice, I'm still held accountable by my family. Let me tell you something, military police, that's my mama nickname. She don't give a fuck. I could be 102 out there trying to sell who I. Goddamn it, she gonna roll up, you understand me? Walker and all motherfucking oxygen tank, she don't give a fuck. If you don't get your motherfucking pistol in hand, bitch, if you don't get your ass in this car, you better.
Public shaming has been removed from our society in a sense. That's not allowed. We can't tell
Whose
the person
fault
that they're
is
fat
that?
or wrong.
Whose fault
Just
is
saying,
that? I'm not concerned about what society is doing. Again, I just gave an example. I'm held accountable in my family. Now I could call myself going out there selling some hoo-ha. You let it the fuck get back known. Military police finna roll up. My motherfucking father finna roll up. Ain't them finna roll up, bitch. I know you lying. I know you lying. All that fucking investments made in you, and you gonna go out here, your dumb ass, and sell hoo-ha. No, you's a goddamn lie. That's my point. We are making these choices. We are sanctioning this shit. All right, that's all I gotta say about that. All right, anybody got anything else to put on that movie? In case y'all like, what movie is she talking about? What movie are they talking about? We're talking about Killers of the Flower Moon. Okay. The next time we're on the air, when I come back and do a live, I don't know when that's going to be. You'll just have to watch the community wall. I'll talk about the next one, Leave the World Behind. That was really, really interesting. I don't want to take up any more time. Sorry, because I spent too much time on it any moment. So, yes, that's my take on Killers of the Flower Moon. It's good. But I see where the groups were mixed up, meaning the Native American Indians and the Black American Indians. And again, I watch patterns. Because if I can spot the patterns, I can tell you more. I can predict the future. I'm going to save that for the slow ones in the back. If I can spot patterns, and I've already seen this pattern behavior or scenario play out before, and I know what the outcome was in that situation, I can fucking predict the future.
The probability is high.
It's very high. So that was no different what went down in that particular community than what we're seeing today in the Black American community. And that's why it was painful. Now, until we get on motherfucking business and stop playing, I'm talking as a collective, shit's gonna continue where it is. Okay? That is why I'm saying. Oh. I'm sorry, go ahead on Son Scotty.
Oh, I just had one more quick thing to add too, because another thing was that, okay, so we generally just think of like, the land and, heirs property, put it in a trust. But the specific thing about this was the mineral rights. Mm-hmm. So that's not always the same as the rights to the surface. Because like looking it up, mineral rights is the ownership rights that allows the owner the right to exploit the minerals from underneath a property. Yeah. The rights refer to solid and liquid minerals such as gold and oil. Mineral rights can be separate from surface rights and are not always possessed by the property owner.
Yep, very, very good point. Very good point, son Scotty. Thanks for pointing it out, because when you said mineral rights, I also thought about what do you call it? Air rights, because you know there's a such thing as air rights as well. Okay.
California didn't stop and let me have the mineral rights.
Oh, I didn't know that was across Cali. So
you can't have the mineral rights. You just have the house and the land, but not anything. What, about 100 feet below? Nothing.
So we have to we have to really be. We don't have to be. People can still be in La La Land. People can still play. They can still do what they want to do. I'm just telling you how my logic is set up. And it's okay if you don't agree with me. I'm okay with that. Trust me, baby. It don't hurt my feelings. It does not hurt my feelings. But I feel that Black Americans really need to relook at history in a different light. And I don't care how you want to slice it. If you want to say you're Pan-African and you were kidnapped, brought over here, or if you were sold over here, you may want to rethink of what does that really mean. If you are indigenous, American, Black Indian, mixed with Black European, you really need to rethink. And where I'm going with that is there's no victimhood.
No.
Because how do we get in that position?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Pan-Africans, I'm going to put you to the side for a little bit, baby. Black American Indians, I've been telling you men, and I've been saying this for years, you did some fucked up bad business deals.
We're supposed to be doing this.
Exactly. You wasn't supposed to be negotiating nothing, like the youngins say, purred. I like that, purred, youngins. I ain't finna lie, I like that. You wasn't supposed to be negotiating shit. You're bad businessmen.
Thinking with the wrong head, if you know what I mean.
You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to tell me you the this and you the that and you the blah, 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 blah. And I say, well, nigga, where's our shit? You got to take ownership for that. You're horrible fucking businessmen. The Pan-Africans, if I was you, I would be looking at my peeps, saying, how the fuck y'all let this go on? Where the fuck was the men / warriors? If we the cradle of civilization, 4, 5, 6, and 7, how the fuck did we allow this to go on? And how the fuck are we still allowing it to go on? You don't get to have it both ways. Leadership is earned through actions. It's not just granted because you are male. Being a matriarch is fucking earned. You don't just get it because you are a woman. These are serious questions that we should be sitting down and having these discussions as adults. When you talk about coming together as a group doing X, Y, Z, 4, 5, and 6, let's talk about the root causes. Let's talk about what makes a leader. Let's talk about grooming. Because, see, we could groom for fuckery. We real good to groom for fuckery. But when we talk about grooming for true leadership, for stepping into manhood, all of a sudden it's crickets. You can't build a foundation without those things. And if you can't do it in your home, if you can't be a successful leader in your home, how do you think you're going to get results in a quote, quote, said and allegedly and supposedly group? We're not babies anymore. We have enough information today to look at patterns. And if we see that the same patterns where mistakes were made in the past, we're still following those patterns, what in the hell we think we're going to get different results?
Oh, insanity.
So now, that's just Amy's take. Okay? Now, of course, you're free to do your journey however you want to do it in this incarnation. But I'm not finna play with you all. I'm not finna be on this chessboard when I see the fucking moves. I see the moves. Now, I may be standing back in the corner sometimes because I'm trying to, get my bearings. I'm giving folks the benefit of the doubt. But once I see it, I see it. And I'm not going along to fucking get along. Either you got your shit together, you really honestly and truly want to do the right thing, or you bullshitting, you playing, and you fucking fake. And please go find somebody else to play with. All right, so enough of that. Okay, so we finna get into the material. Oh, that's interesting. The Soul Light said the symbolism in Leave the World Behind. Oh, I'm not gonna go in that. No, yeah, baby. We're gonna cover that next time we're on the air, because that one, whoo. And that one was long too, to be honest, but it was good. I'll go on that. KW, shout out to KW from the UK, our cousin from the UK. As horrible as it was, they didn't portray the invaders to be as evil as they actually were. They did similar in the UK. Yep, it's worldwide. It's worldwide. So when I talk leadership, you're not watching the entire chessboard, you're going to get got every time. You're going to get got. Okay? So now the ancestors made their mistakes. And in a lot of cases, they did the best they could. But what are we going to do today? Because what I'm seeing, I'm not fucking impressed. All right, I'm back on the Americas. I'm not impressed. Okay? All right. Here we go. So we're gonna get into the material. Let me hold on, fam. Let me switch screens here. Okay. All right. So, dang on it. We're going to let me make sure y'all can see it on this side. Let me get Hold on, fam. I'm just making sure y'all can see it on YouTube, me sharing my screen. All right, there we go. All right, so this is all old masters portraits are overpaints. The shout out to Egmond Codfried, a melanated gentleman out of the Netherlands. Okay. This is Blue Blood.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scotty.
No, because I now ever since I done been reading one of his articles, now they just keep coming into my email.
Yes.
And I think he's Dutch, but Surinamese Dutch.
Okay.
So
Give a little bit more. Give a little, because remember I was calling his surname, and I think you and somebody else in the chat was like, no, that's Surinamese. So give us some content on what that means, son.
Okay, so Suriname is a country in South America. So, just
Yep.
like how European countries had colonies in the States, that would be a colony of Netherlands, Dutch, in South America, Suriname. So even though it's in South America, it's a Dutch colony, so they consider it Dutch.
Okay. All right, so we do want to make that distinction because, baby, my country behind was, surname. It's surname. It's Scotty's last name was like, it's Suriname. Well, what the hell that mean? Then we looked it up. Oh, out of South America. Oh, wow. So, yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out.
And he does not play.
He don't play.
I just was like, I was just grazing through one of them, and he, be right into the Hague, and I saw one of them where he was like calling out Tariq Nasheed.
Baby, it's actually in this one. When I was scrolling through, I said, oh shit, he done threw stones at Tariq. Baby. I think that's actually coming up next, so I was gonna skip over it, but because I didn't want to be.
My bad.
No, you good? Because I was gonna skip over it because I didn't want folks to feel that Auntie was being messy. But you know what, right? Since you brought the shit up, we gonna go over it, okay? All right. Okay. So that's oh shit. Let me switch mics. Mouses. Okay. All right. So that's whose work we've been going over. Now we've been cross-referencing his particular work with other sources as well, and pretty much lines up. All right. Okay. So I'm just gonna go. And if you want to get caught up, go to the first couple of episodes before, if this is your first time joining us. He puts a lot of stuff in here, fam. So I'm not going to do a recap because we at 10 o'clock, and I apologize because and then Annie and Unc moment went a long time, but we did need to talk about that movie, which ties into this stuff. Okay. So, here are some of the other photos, okay, that he breaks down. Now, I personally have 3 of these photos, okay, and I have personally shared these particular photos, okay. All right, so shout out to him. If you're seeing a lot of these Black European photos, more than likely they're coming from his work. I'm sorry, go ahead on, son Scotty.
Oh no, my bad. I didn't have anything to say.
Okay, baby. All right. Okay. So was William the Orange a black European? Da 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 da. We're not gonna go into that. And sorry, I'm making y'all dizzy. But I like to start at the beginning to give him his credit. We do that around here. I don't take people's work. And let me just make sure that's where we stopped. Oh, yep, I told you that was coming up. And see, ain't he wasn't going to be messy. But yeah, I guess since I done talked about that Thanksgiving cooking, y'all, okay, ain't it? You ain't finna be messy, but you spent the hour being messy. Shit. My apologies. Nah, fuck that. I ain't finna apologize. So I had my mouth set on some dressing. I keep it moving. All right. It is plausible that many plantation owners whose names we know but do not have portraits were probably people of color. Okay. So just to give you all a recap, we'll back up because he was talking about where this particular plantation owner who was basically a billionaire. So let me get down to this. He drew an annual income of $10,000 and $120,000. I don't know what denomination that is, baby. No, nonetheless, from his pleasure garden and lived in a house that cost $1 million. Okay, now this is 1773. In today's terms, he was a billionaire.
Liras.
I thought it was liras, but I didn't.
Italian. I think
that's what Italian. I thought it was liras, but I didn't want to, my country behind. I didn't want to accuse somebody falsely. Okay. All right. So in today's terms, he was a billionaire. He lived a rather reclusive life and was sickly and hard of hearing. His wife's family fortune was made in trade with Brazil. Okay, which can also be associated with slave trade and slave labor. Okay, now if you go back up, he goes into proving how this particular bloodline, they are melanated people. Okay. All right.
It's giving real Huguenot.
Very much so Huguenotish to me. Okay. And that proved my point last week when we want to get on reparations. And I told y'all was having the wrong conversation. TT was putting you up on game. If you serious about what you say and you say your people was in a slave trade, I'm telling you who to go after. Now, of course, I don't know if these families or these traces back to these families who were involved in those companies can be gone after.
You mean the pesos? Remember them pesos?
Right. But the point being, that's how you do it. You don't go with a blanket statement, because right here, they're telling you that a billionaire was involved in slave trade in Brazil. Okay? All right. So I just wanted to give you some content on when he says, Mr. Codfried says, it is plausible that many plantation owners whose name we know but do not have portraits were probably people of color. No painting by Elizabeth Sampson has surfaced, but we know from scriptural evidence that she was a pure Ceremonese African. Governor I'm not trying to pronounce all of that, who forbade marriage between white planters and slave girls, apparently lived ideologically with a young Indian.
And see, now we got to dodge the hijack, because when they throw in the term, because, still we dealing with some people that may have some Africanist, Pan-Africanist leanings. And, even when we're going through these documents, we got to be aware of that and be able to read through the lines and, give people their whatever credit where the information lines up with what we know to be true. And, because them saying, what did he say?
Oh, what you said, baby?
Of African bloodline, but then saying Indian. It's like it's always a tie-in to if you're dark skinned, you must be African.
Right. Yeah. Right. Because to me, I'm gonna be honest, when I hear African now, I'm starting to associate it with Black European. Unless it says, you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, son.
Yes,
Scotty.
because all of the African stuff, even all of the African organizations and all of that stuff goes back to Europe, goes back to London, goes back to the Dutch, goes back to wherever. All of the African stuff wasn't, the insemination of it wasn't in Africa. It was in Europe, and they just put an African label on it.
Absolutely.
Africans don't identify that. They identify as like Nigerian, African from
absolutely.
From.
1000% agree. So yeah, that's just Rhonda. I'm starting to associate African with Black European. Okay.
That was their cover coming into the Americas, as you said. The Black African American, that was their cover.
Right. Although their numbers don't pan out to that, nor do those records pan out to that, because they were specific, because again, this was business. So if you were African, it was going to say you African. Okay. All right. So
and we see the same thing in the school system with a lot of these so-called people like, the Harriet Tubmans and the whatever these different people who we get these lessons throughout school that, oh yeah, these were people that was, freeing African slaves, or they always have this story where they were born into slavery and then just come into money, and it just be like, well, how did they skip from slavery to having generational wealth? And then you begin to see that, oh, that's part of their reset, like just copy and paste the storyline on there. It's like, okay, cool. Like New I was saying, in order to kind of hide like the Huguenots and all that, let's just put African on it, because they'll believe it, because we've already built this infrastructure where it's like, yeah, we came out of Africa. So that'll kind of like they do with other stuff, cook the books and, shell companies, shell identities.
Absolutely. Very well
Cryptos.
said. Very well said. I like that with shell identities, because that's because they definitely did it with the shell companies. Absolutely. Oh, that was a great take. So he was saying that the Ceremonese governor, I'm gonna say Black European governor, forbade marriage between white planters and slave girls, apparently lived with a young Indian. He was married, but his wife refused to make a trip to Suriname. It's also possible that she wasn't invited. The Ceremonese Pocahontas apparently lived to be 100 years old and died around 1769. Okay, and he put that Pocahontas in quotes. Okay, so meaning, now I don't want to put the intent behind what he was saying, but in my eyesight, using that as like a term that people use, they want to throw out this Pocahontas story. Okay, because I know this man is well versed enough to understand that was a story. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, because I was just saying that Pocahontas was thrown overboard, not died of an old age, right? The original story, she was pushed overboard after she gave birth to a baby.
I don't want to tie up with this anymore. I mean, I'm not going to take away any more time, because I've been horrible tonight about not getting to the material.
Okay,
but the point I'm trying to make that the Pocahontas, when you particular, it's a general term. Yeah, it's a general term. Okay. Did she have children?
And it's something
I'm sorry. Go
like,
ahead.
And it's because he said, okay, they forbade the white planters for marrying the slave girls, but he lived with a young Indian. His wife was married, but she refused to come to Suriname. So it's like she stayed in Europe. She wasn't even coming to see what he was doing there. So it's like this Surinamese Pocahontas apparently. It's like that's the archetype. That's the thing you do. You come and you marry a young Indian girl. In the term, that's what you call it. It's a Pocahontas.
Yeah, just
you
like
a young Indian girl.
Exactly.
In the deeds from there.
Right. So y'all understand what I was just talking about when we were doing a movie review?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all getting the connection? All right. Did she have children by old boy? She regularly visited Mrs. Audrey, who had once married Governor DeChassis. DeChassis was a grandson of Van. Remember the governor. Ceremonies, convenience marriages were not forbidden, and perhaps they immediately proceeded to recognize the mixed children. Okay, so again, when I was watching What's the Face of the Flower Moon, I immediately was like, damn, when they were talking about showing the marriages, I said, we really need to totally look at history again. Because we're still not being honest with ourselves on what was going on. These children were not given the from names or a fantasy name, which make it seem as if we're dealing with white ceremonies or white Dutch. Okay, you know what? Shout out to you, Codfried, because and the sis who I talked to behind the scenes, much respect to her, who doesn't want to, get the public recognition on a lot of stuff she sends to me. We literally had a quick conversation about this, and I was just gonna hold what I really, really wanted to say, but he's really putting it out here for me. Okay. So he's saying, which makes it seem as if we are dealing with white ceremonies or white Dutch. For example, we see that Anna Julian, a mulatto in Suriname, was born from the marriage of Bartholomew Julian and Elizabeth Dobinson. So Elizabeth was probably a black woman. Some colored children were born in the Republic, such as Elizabeth, I'm not trying to name all that, Baldina de Graaf, who was the niece of Mrs. Audrey. And some of them, like Fredericksdorf, mulatto, and Anna Dorothea married Wolf before they left for Suriname, which makes it seem as if we are dealing with white Dutch people. So, I want us to use critical thinking. Who was coming over to the Americas marrying whom?
Melanated men.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, Amy was just going to go on and be quiet about that. Shout out to sis, because her and I just had this conversation. Think, sis, it was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. And I said, sis, I know. But I said I'm not going to bring it up tonight because I didn't MF the nest bead and cuss people out enough tonight. I'm going to have to gradually ease that in. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
With this, as you could call it, revelation, what did that not say then? They're throwing us for a loop in regards to who the characters really were in the movie Pocahontas.
Of course.
We have it as John.
Mm-hmm. Sam Smith.
Of course. Of course.
No. There's like even a picture I seen of it where there's black military men with the European guards on their whatever their scarves and their hats and their whatever their swords and all that, and they're approaching these an Indian female with two, as I call it, wussy black Indian guys, and they're negotiating, and he's now coming onto the land, trying to seek her as a fellowship because, as you said, she needs to give him the rights to the land. He doesn't have no rights unless it's through her.
Now, nephew, if you don't mind, for Annie, if you can back up and say, what were the Indian men doing?
I can't remember what I just said.
You said negotiate.
We're negotiating.
Right.
Yes.
Who was striking deals?
The daddy.
And what were they negotiating, nephew?
The access to the land.
The daughter for
How were they
women and the land?
Say it again, son Scotty, for the slow ones in the back.
It was pimping out the women and the land.
Mm-hmm.
It was pimping out the women, which was giving them access to the land.
Yeah.
It was 2 males and 1 female in that picture I remember seeing.
But it starts with the woman, so they had to pimp her first. That was the only way in.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, they convinced her to do the negotiation. Come on, it'll be good for the family. We'll get blah, blah, blah. We'll blah, blah, blah. Come on.
Get your little trinkets and all that mess. Yeah.
And some of them even wasn't even doing that. They probably forced her to do that because they thought it was going to be a lucrative deal. You know, like, nah, this is what you're going to do.
No.
Wow.
So you're right.
Because she wasn't just a young person in 12 years old or something.
Yeah, I don't even want to get on that specific. We can put that aside. Do we understand what we are saying? And it ain't Rhonda waking up out the bed and saying this.
This is documented.
So I'll just say it for the slow ones in the back again. Who was coming over here marrying Black Indigenous American women?
Black European men.
European men.
Who was sanctioning it?
Papa's a name, Mama's Papa, but the Papa's pretty much. Wow.
So when I sit here and say, men, you're horrible businessmen, you're not gonna play with Annie Rhonda and sit up here and act like we don't know what went on. I have a reason for saying it's your fault. And I could be a feminist all you want me to be. I own all of that. But let's continue. All right, so we see she was the mulatto, the colored children, Anna Dorothea married Wolfe before they left for Suriname, which makes it seem as if we're dealing with white Dutch people.
Mm-hmm. Because
of these kinds of clues, I associate family names such as Bachman, Brevin, Droliet, Calderic. I could be pronouncing that wrong. What do y'all think that's Pichat? I could be wrong with that. Picot, okay. Limers, Wilkins, DeBron, SWAT. And we should know SWAT means black, but let's continue. Andy Graff with colored ceremonies. So in his defense, son Scotty, he is admitting that the ceremonies, they're not African, they were really black Europeans.
SWAT and
okay.
Graff or with colored ceremonies.
Yes.
Yeah, he's admitted
you also see now that you have these titles. So if you have a black European marrying an indigenous Indian woman and then somehow it's a mulatto, that wasn't a mixture of a white person in there. It was a mixture
Indian.
of titles.
Exactly. 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 And that's just a clue also when you're doing genealogy and you'll see mulatto on records. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's Caucasian. It very well could be black European marrying a black American Indian. Okay, so you can't always take that one for one. All right, that's why you should be able to tell the difference if you see black on their records, and that's why you have to keep going back and cross referencing to find the said Caucasian. Now that doesn't mean that people don't have Caucasian in their lineage. We just kind of giving you some clues on just because you see mulatto does not necessarily mean that's Caucasian and black. All right. Okay. Oh, all right, KW. My Suriname is Wilkins from my black paternal side. That is great. So you see your people.
Yeah. Surname.
Yeah, surname. I'm sorry, surname. Okay.
Surname.
I know. I got Suriname on the brain.
It's
really close. That's why I'm getting cross-eyed on it. Okay. Etymology also gives reason to investigate names such as De Bruin and De Swart for a black ancestor, right. In 1675, Tabot Jans, an African servant of Bredehoff, received a bequest of 12,000 guilders in bonds and changed his name to, Adrian de Braun. Unfortunately, one will search in vain for their portraits in the iconographic office. Child, I'm getting tongue-tied.
Iconographic.
Thank you. Iconographic office.
Changing the surnames, that's another sign of the Huguenot, crypto, Jewish. They change the surnames all the time along with changing the identity and the land.
Right. Okay. So, in order to determine their color with certainty, the discovery of the portrait of Jacobus van der Werf, a colored Ceremonese, gives us, damn it, sorry y'all, this is hold on a second. Now I done locked it up. Hold on, y'all. Oh, okay, it unlocked. Let me do it out here, Rhonda. All right, I'm sorry. So you got to go so in other words, you need to do more research to determine what the color of a person is. You just can't go by surnames. Okay? All right. So Jacobus van der Werf, a colored Ceremonese, gives us the opportunity to identify his mother, de Graaf, his father, Van der Werf, and Maria Susanna de Plessis as colored. It is possible that the lack of a registered portrait is an indication. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. You got a great point. He said, is it possible that the lack of a registered portrait is an indication,
no less,
exactly, that we are dealing with a black and colored ancestors? Wow.
They register a portrait. Which is like I guess it's like the crest, huh?
Right. Very good, Sis Sandra. Absolutely. Because think about it. You had to have some change. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son Scotty.
And then also think about it. It's easier so you got these Black Europeans and they want to, become hidden and whatnot. So they, commission to have paintings that's already there and prints that's already there, like whitenized and whatnot. Right. Now, what if you had the ones that they never got registered paintings as themselves, so they not going to create something out of nowhere. They not that advanced to be like, let's just create, a random white person to fill in for us. It's just like we just don't have nothing there. There was nothing there to whiteize.
Right. But these people had some change. So meaning more than exactly what you say, more than some change, Rhonda. Exactly. So more than likely there's a portrait around there somewhere, okay? Which is why I was watching is it Alberton Downward y'all know what I'm trying to say. Downington Abbey, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Downton Abbey.
Yeah. Now, y'all, mind you, I ain't like none of that European stuff before I got into this Black European stuff. Now I got to go back and watch everything that's European. I be sitting up watching it like, what? No, that's cold for this.
Same.
Looking at the painting on
all
the wall.
Time. You can read the codes more easily now.
You can read the codes more.
And I got some history to like fill in the gaps and stuff. It's like everything's not all sci-fi and mystical and legendary and mythical. Like, no, these are ways of like layering in disclosure and stuff.
Absolutely. So my point being, I was watching it and they opened up their castle to the public for tours to raise some ends. And they had these portraits on the wall. And so one of the tourists asked, well, who's that on the wall? And they were like, I'm not quite sure. And child, me, I'm sitting up. That's because you don't know, because that shit fake. That shit is fake, sauce. Tourist lady, that shit is fake. How you ain't gonna know your ancestor on the wall? Okay? So same concept. All right? Okay. And thank you for putting us up on game that these portraits were registered.
Yeah, that's interesting. Restoration Home was on British TV, and I used to watch that. And they have these castles with melanated people on the walls and stuff, and white ones too. But you could tell some of them was altered, and they don't tell the people who they are. But there was something that they said in this thing is that the Brits were short, but the lintels of the door was like 12 feet high. But most of the Brits, the which would be the white person, the slave person, was shorter than the owners of the homes, and they didn't understand why. That's what they were saying in their history of these houses when I was watching Restoration Home. And I figured out that they had to be different people for them to build homes with lintels of door jambs that's 12 feet high versus the average 5-foot person that the Europeans were. Because they even brought...
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, because once they had... Oh, I was just going to say, because once they, white, they got to have all this is for the reset. So now these people are just reset people moving into homes and
exactly
titles, and that's not even there. So yeah, they looking at this stuff like, I don't know if that ain't my ancestor. I just moved in this bitch. Like
exactly.
And they don't know why the lintels are so high, because they're short people.
Right. Yeah, we did not build this for our bodies. This is not built for us.
Right.
That's exactly what they're saying. And that was a clue. That was a clue to be so big. I said, okay.
That's a very good clue. Yeah, because we the reset population, as Scotty said.
Yeah, so I started tracing names.
Yes, sir.
As far as for the registered paintings,
yes,
maybe that had to do with ownership and commerce, as far as for what they was going to sell as the image.
Explain a little more. I think I get the point, but I think I'm missing it. I don't want to jumble it up.
As far as for what they determined to be antiques, in which pictures are determined to have worth.
Oh, yeah,
And
because it says it kind of like that, what you're saying.
it's registered, so that way they
Yeah,
know who the paintings belong to.
because they're a colored ancestor.
I'm just
When
talking
you
about
say
like as far
commerce and it's registered, like even though this is it's supposed to be like a fake, it's registered or
Portrait.
anything linked to this registry is going to roll back to the original to get that money off of it. If any commerce is made off of it,
right.
It's
Or
like
you
that
could say,
crest. Yeah.
or you could say it's like the blue check mark on social media,
Uh-huh.
signifying that it's supposed to be the real deal.
Got you. So the authentic,
verified.
yeah, verified. Okay. Yeah, that's a
You
great
know,
point.
that way they pass off that image if according to him that they gave permission to whiten up the images.
But they know who the
His
original
original one.
melanated folks are, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because it says in the next
Exactly.
line.
Yeah, because that's the same thing with the crest, like Sis Sandra pointed out. Excellent point, sis. That because every one of them crests that you see, and KW, shout out to KW in the chat, confirmed it.
Yep.
It has to be registered. That stuff is kept up with. So when you see the older crest, let's say Swartz, for example, you see the older one was melanated, and then you see the new one as melanated. I'm sure they probably have different registry numbers. But they know what is what. They know what is what because it's very well documented.
Well, if it's registered, they saying they're likely colored or black or whatever they said on there. On the next line.
Yeah, he did say. He said.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, because he's saying the discovery of the portrait of Jacobus van der Werf, a colored ceremonies, gives us the opportunity to identify his mother de Graaf, his father Van der Werf, and Maria Susanna de Plessis as colored. It is possible that the lack of a registered portrait is an indication that we are dealing with black and colored ancestors. Okay, so he actually kind of saying that they hid it.
That's a giveaway. Yeah.
That they hid it, but I am pretty sure it's registered because just like the black European crest that we find from Halliburton, I about fell over when I saw the melanated crest of Halliburton as black, melanated / black, Swartz black. Okay, so those things were registered. They were just hidden. They were taken out of the public registry, if that makes sense.
So nobody know.
It was taken out of the public registry.
It's just like the so-called royals. They don't talk about the black folks. That's really the ones that are over the kingdom. Originally, they keep all that hid. And even in the Washington, D.C., they hide the melanated presidents they had in the basement or behind the staircase or something, they say. They don't have that out in the open for people to see it. They don't want that known.
Right. And in the people's defense that are sitting in those titles and roles that are Caucasian, they're doing what they're supposed to do. That's what they signed up for. Even the Windsor name had to be approved. I want to say it was George. Black King George. Okay? So even a black king sanctioned the use of that Windsor name. Okay? So I don't expect for them to come out and say, child, either I'm mixed, I'm really mixed, to be honest. I'm really mixed with black folks. Or my people are starting, at this time frame, our people that come from Caucasian lineage were put into these positions. They followed the script that they were given. Okay, so De Peru's first cousin, Johann Alexander van Sandig, is mentioned to be brown in appearance, and his son, Ono van Sandig, had a West Indian appearance. If that is true, then Pierre Alexander de Peru was also a colored Ceremonese. Lucy and Marie Drolahet, Johann's mother, were sisters. This fact needed no emphasis were it not for the fact that Europe is increasingly seen as a white entity and is crying out for the preservation of Dutch culture. This builds on the most outdated ideas that lead to excesses such as pogroms, black human, the T word, ending with the K, slavery, colonism, and Nazism. Some scientists saw blacks as an intermediate from between apes and humans, and that blacks and apes could have offspring together. It is therefore plausible that disclosure that a family had black ancestors or owned its fortune to slavery was once a form of libel and slander. Black blood as a severe social handicap. It is clear
Can
that...
we go back?
I'm sorry. Yes, son. Yes, son.
Yeah, to that sentence, this builds on the most outdated ideas that leads to excesses such as pogroms, because that word, I was like, what is that word? Because I've seen it before. And
I knew you was like, going to look it up. I was just waiting.
I remember looking this up before because it's like another way of saying, well, it was used alongside of saying Holocaust. It has a different meaning, but generally the same. But then also before we started using the word genocide, because it's like the organized massacre of like helpless people, basically. So another way of saying genocide, Holocaust, even though Holocaust mean like, sacrifice by fire, but you see it now, you see it now how it's also changing. It's like, okay, by blood, you're going to be more susceptible to being committed genocides on, to be human trafficked, slavery, all of those
Nazism.
Also switch over colonialism, Nazism. And so it's like
the camps in Germany.
All these isms
to get rid of them.
As much as we want to say it's like falls into a certain race, it's like no, they are passing just like with the New World Order and the resets and the swinging of power, the pendulums. They pass the isms. Okay, now it's your turn to be the colonialism.
Absolutely,
and, capitalism.
It's reset.
Communism. Yeah.
It's reset because we go up earlier in the material. And remember, it had to be the, what did you call it? Sis, not what did you call it? What's the specific term? Human, what's a face? Where white folks had to be classified as human? What's the
that's the
Declaration of the Rights of Man.
Declaration of the Rights of Man in the 1700s or something. That was strictly for white people.
1789.
Okay, so all he's saying, and what son Scotty is pointing out, the shit was just flipped
right on us.
Okay, So where it was formerly a handicap to be Caucasian, so to the point where the declarations had to be made for them to even just be looked at as human. Now it's been flipped, i.e. the reset, where black blood is now a severe social handicap.
And they call them humans.
Okay, so we ain't even gonna get into that. Let's just stick strictly to this. I hear what you're saying, but the gist of this is we should understand the switching of roles.
Yeah,
That's
black
the
is apes
that's
and all that kind of stuff.
that's the importance of what we should be getting out of this. And that's why when I talked about earlier, sorry y'all, we need to relook at history, even as what we know with this information of the Black Indians, the Black Europeans. We really need to now start pulling the layers back and looking at this shit for what it really is. Okay?
Auntie,
Yes. Yes, nephew.
I think I understand why that declaration was of importance. Like I told you, when I came in before in Europe, they weren't looking at each other the way we see them today as white people. From what I've learned, they were called either troglodytes or wild men. The men of the forest, men of the beast.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The tapestry that was made, where
Yep.
you have
I see it in my head.
black melted in their castle, and then these wild beast white men
Yep.
in the forest
Yep.
attacking the castle. Essentially.
Yep.
So before,
the German
I need-
tapestry.
Yep.
even the Moors said it that they had to be domesticated. These wild animals, they had
Yep.
to be clean. They had to be lived. So yes, they went through a transitional stage from being considered beast, wild men of the forest, troglodytes, now considered a human, a white person, someone of stature. As you said, now it's their turn to be the quote unquote knight in shining armor. Now they're on
Absolutely.
stage in the played out. But before, like I said, in Europe, they weren't looking at it from a skin color. It was a classmanship.
It
And again, the
absolutely. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
black
nephew.
running. The black Europeans were running things. It wasn't these white quote unquote people.
Absolutely.
But as you said, that and then it was also too by the kingships and those religions. Those were how they were secting themselves out. And now, as you said, they come over here and they're playing the race card because this is how they're moving their players into position.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so
And to
They do
tie,
that too.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I
son.
just wanted to tie that together with what Nuwa and what Sister Sandra was saying, because we do also see, so the flip in like the scientific world, this is when we see strong, so they was the beast man, right? Troglodyte, whatever, monkey, whatever. And then we get Charles Darwin and the evolution of man. Who's the beast man? And now who's the monkey? And who comes
Absolutely.
from the cave?
Absolutely.
So now, like you said, they switched. Now who's the troglodyte? Who's the real beast man?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Perfectly said, everyone. Very, very good point. So Pan-Africans, this is where you have a problem.
Yeah, how did the white man make you a slave?
This is where you have a problem. And this is why I always say, but white people weren't in power.
Not then.
Black American Indians who go with the tutelage that white people overthrew the Black Indians, you have a problem.
It was a black European in your face at that time.
That they came in, married the Indian women, this, that, and the third, and then it just started getting whiter and whiter, and they brought over the Asian people to take the place. And you're putting us all on the quote, quote, white man. You have a problem.
Right.
Because the white man wasn't in power. So it would make sense why, if we're just from his example, and he backs that up with sources, by the way, that's where these them little numbers are. Okay, so don't come in my comment section telling me you got a problem with somebody's sources, and I ask you please be specific, and then it's crickets. Okay, but point being, you have a problem. Because if white people weren't in power, and we're showing where the records where it was Black Europeans marrying these American Indian women, and those that do our genealogy, we see the same thing.
It's cool.
You have a problem on both sides.
And they're switching it now. They're trying to, at least.
Okay.
Well, now the black person again, and now they're trying to remove them from power, or remove them from prestige, I would say. Sorry.
Right.
Right, because the questions we really should be asking: why is this flip flop?
Yeah. What happened, white man?
Right. Why the flip flop? Why a couple of hundred years this group is supposedly and allegedly the devil. Then you fast forward a couple of hundred years later, that's been flipped.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the questions we should be asking ourselves.
Trading places, none of your business.
Yes, trading. Trading places.
Like,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
But then that dream goes out.
Deliberate obfuscation is like magic. It's like doing magic.
Yeah, it's just like magic.
Divert while you're doing something over here, and if you're switching all the people around, it's like nobody really knows. Just going back to the same idea of like shell companies and stuff. It's like layer on layer. It's like who knows the real truth and who is who, and it makes it easier for real culprits to hide.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And so it makes a lot more logical sense to me with what the mud flood community talks about with these resets.
Mm-hmm. Now they're switching it back.
Okay. So it is clear that Black Dutch people have a role to play in this by debunking the myth of the Netherlands as a white entity with examples of Black and colored Dutch people who contributed to the Netherlands from the beginning of time.
Period.
Right. Purd. I love that, y'all. I ain't finna lie. I love that purd. And you thought you ate on that. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. I love that. Oh, you really thought you ate on that. But nonetheless. Okay. As freemen or slaves. But also, so in other words, he's saying since the beginning of time, not just boxing all Black people up in this slave category, but also as a literary advisor.
Or from the Africa category.
Or the Africa category, right. Because we was a little bit worried, Mr. Codfried, with that Africa, but you cleared it up by saying, no, blood, them. They were straight from the European. They were Europeans. They were Black Europeans. Okay. All right. But also as a literary advisor to Belvan Zeilen and publisher of the Ouvrier, I'm probably not pronouncing it right, of the most famous philosopher of the Enlightenment, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in the interest of their fight for civil rights, Surinamese Dutch citizens should make use of those rights by, for example, oh shit. All right, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, and you see this? You see this here too? This is another term. So Surinamese Dutch citizens.
Yep. Very good call out.
So you're in Suriname in South America, but you're a Dutch citizen also. So that ain't everybody's status who's in Suriname, and
right?
Everybody's status that's in the Netherlands.
Absolutely.
You know, those are a specific category of people who, you know, are probably doing the majority of this colonizing, because they basically, that's like having dual citizenship or something like that. Well, you still got your Dutch citizenship, but you just, you know, stopping over here to do a little colonizing.
What you say, just stopping over here.
Yeah.
not just stopping over to colonize.
Yeah, because you're gonna take you saying you Surinamese. How is you Surinamese, but you a Dutch citizen?
Exactly. Very good. So sorry, y'all. I didn't grab what that the translator. My bad. Okay. For example, in the distribution of funds for scientific research and by looking for allies, I am thinking of people of mixed descent who are looking for their Black roots and should not be alienated by the inherited animosity against light-colored Surinamese masters such as, Maria Susanna de Plessis or Pierre Alexander de Hadou. Okay. So once again, he's telling. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's your take on it, son?
Oh no! I didn't have a real take on it. I went to school with a girl whose last name was Duplessis, and I'm just like, oh, okay. She was a melanated girl of a certain, what is it? Economic status.
Okay, she had her family had some change. Okay.
Yeah, you know, and now it's all making sense. And I think she was like, I can't remember, but feel like she had like a Brazilian type background or something like that.
Interesting. Interesting.
Which
so
is
now
close
it
to
makes
Suriname,
sense.
down there. It's close to Suriname, Brazil, you know.
Yep, because I looked it up. I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, this is really, really, really interesting, y'all. So so let me ask y'all this in y'all opinion. These ceremonies, when we talk about, hold on, y'all. Remember when I said, bear with Amy. I got to switch back right quick. When we talk about these African Atlantic slave trade numbers, remember when I told y'all we're going to look at, hold on. All right. Slave voyage. Trying to get your stuff together. Okay, so I'm looking at slavevoyage.org. Just hold on. I'm getting there, baby. All right. Let me pull this back up.
Take your time. Go ahead.
I didn't MF'd and SB'd all night. Okay. So when I talked about, and again, I'm on slavevoyages.org. When somebody comes back and talk about slave numbers, just go on to this database, baby, and say, now, you say what now? So we're going to go to, let's look at the Netherlands right quick, just because, you know. So he's saying, not he, according to slavevoyages.org, Netherlands have 500,000 folks. Okay. My point being, when we talk about this number, because Brazil was the biggest number on this, out of the 12 million, Brazil was the biggest with 5.8 million. And I don't know if y'all remember me saying, you can't take at face value that 5.8 African slaves came to Brazil through Portugal. How many in those numbers were really Black Europeans? Okay. So that's where I was going with this when he's in here talking about the Surinamese Dutch going on and getting their rights. Okay? And believe you me, they can track whether or not these people are truly Dutch or whether or not they were truly in that transatlantic slave trade because they got records. Okay? All right. All right. Okay, so, all right, here we go. Now, Annie wasn't finna be messy. In Annie's defense. I know I was messy earlier about the little Thanksgiving cooking. I'm going to own that, all right? But I'm sorry, I had my mouth set for the dressing, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Okay? I was going to skip past this. But child, let's go ahead on and go through it. Blacks are still sold out by their leaders and the intellect of elite house niggers. Child.
Boule.
Let me clutch my pearls.
Congressional Black Caucus.
Clutch pearls. Shots fired.
Man down.
To the makers of Hidden Colors, The Hague, January 22nd, 2013. Mr. Tariq Nasheed, after carefully watching your DVD of Hidden Colors 2011, my conclusion is that you must be in league with the enemies of blacks by presenting the unaware public with wrong and unfinished research and by promoting further divisions among blacks by linking black history to anti-activism, anti-women liberation, and anti-gay emancipation efforts. The divide between men and women is the greatest scourge, while all well-thinking people understand that women need to be equal to men, that we need to get rid of the patriarchs of old for blacks to exist, prosper. By your vulgar gay bashing, you have alienated blacks from at least 20% of their own patents, children, tax-paying fellow workers. And showing how the penal system is working against any blacks as you did is really meant to intimidate any black and trying to overturn the status quo. Woo, baby, shit! Shot fired!
All tea, no shade.
The fat cats and bitter, mean-spirited women and obviously closeted, hateful gays you have presented utter old-fashioned white solutions to black problems and are basically telling blacks, do not bother, there is no use, be like us, join the capitalist system, R-word women legally, prostitution, and bash your gays. Only the men as women, sexuality does not count. And all will be well in the world. Child. The problems are shown as so great and so overwhelming, the whites come off as these immensely powerful creatures who are always ahead, who have always conquered and vanquished blacks from time immemorial, because blacks should not even think of trying to change anything. And see, all I'm saying is, and this don't have anything of my opinion of Tariq. This is my opinion in general when you go the pro-black route. Because you can't have it both ways. But let's continue. The truth and the lies are presented as a mix. So the debunking of your story is made hard because there is truth in some parts, although presented in a terribly wrong context. And you show the dreaded fakes, whitened images that were created to keep us in the dark. You fail to identify whites as albino derived because this is what whites hate to hear, as it shows they did not come first and they came out of blacks and thus could never ever be superior to blacks. Okay, so when Annie sits up here and makes the statement, where do white people come from? I'm doing that for a purpose. Because again, you can't have it both ways. If you're saying you were the first, you were superior 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, how did you get conquered? Yeah, that part. So in other words, the pro-black argument, you're buying into white supremacy and that you're lesser than. Because your logic ain't logicking and your math ain't mathing. But let's continue. I have recognized a few images which I have generally introduced on the web, and they are presented by you without the context of my blue blood is black blood research, which basically says that Europe during this time should be regarded as a black civilization with brown and black complexion, Native Europeans dominating, ruling, civilizing, and Christianing whites who are Asian, and a foolproof albino-derived nation, latecomers. So when Annie say, where did white people come from? I'm doing that to put the critical thinking on the table. Yes, ma'am.
I just ran across some history. There was a military called the 9th Legion. They went through Britain and took it down in 43. They went through to Palestine, because I was studying Palestine when I ran across it. Mm-hmm. They went to Palestine and took it down in 70 AD. These are Mongol. They say they're Mongols. They're the 9th Legion, and they came out of Asia and Africa. Now that's what they have in the history book. And then they went into Scotland, and they never were seen again. They built Hadrian's Wall in England. Let me see, I got the dates here when they went through. It was 1112, I think it was. Let me see, where's my paper at? And 1132, and they were considered the Roman soldiers and stuff. They were a fierce fighting group. But when they went into Scotland in about 1110, I think it was, they disappeared. No trace of them. It's on Google. I Googled it. Googled the 9th Legion.
Okay, so
here it is.
Give me the point that you're making with that.
Well, he's saying that they were Asian, whites who are Asians. And so that's some of the conquering ones, like Genghis Khan, and I believe that's what he's talking about. They came through, and they were Mongols. The Mongols are.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So I want us to also keep in mind, you cannot put Asia just with Chinese.
No. Mongols. They didn't say Chinese. They said Mongols from Asia. I don't
Okay,
know what Asia
but
part they
okay,
were
all
talking
right. That's my point. That's my point because Asia was large.
Yeah, I don't know which part.
Okay. And if you do a little research on certain Asian bloodlines, you will see where that albinism comes into play. And you'll see albinism in Africa too. So be careful when we talk about Asia. You have to look at it in its totality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, because we do know that that albino bloodline, it can be found in the stands, what we call the stands today, Pakistan, etc. 4-5, exactly. So we need to be specific. Okay, just take it in its entire content.
Yeah, I was looking at the dates.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I find his choice of words interesting.
Come on with it now.
Foolproof albino derived nation.
Latecomers.
Come on, give a little more insight.
Just sound to me like that whole gene experiment thing that they keep attributing to Yakub and them.
Oh, I see where you're going with that.
Oh, yeah.
The whole lightning process, et cetera, et cetera. Then he goes on to the 1200 of blue blood nobility and self-identified with heraldic Moors as blacks. Self-identified. So that's saying that that's not who they were. That's what they
that's a good point.
chose
that's
to go by.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
they lumped themselves in with them.
Identify as.
Yep, because that goes right along with their name changing and switching religions and everything. But he did say it don't matter what how you change shit up, what names you put on it, how you change up the charters, etc., etc. Just make sure I get mine.
Right, run me my ends.
And can I add something on to that? When you ran that back, that also makes me think. So, foolproof albino derived nation makes me think that you made a concerted effort to isolate the albino and
absolutely
keep mixing only albinos to create the white people of the nation.
Right.
So foolproof means, oh, y'all made sure no niggas was fucking on y'all.
Exactly.
That's what he did. No dark ones anyway in that Yakub story.
Exactly.
Scotty level where you isolate that gene and then you start like genetically modifying babies in terms of cabbage patches to that they only.
Yeah, now we could bring the mythology in there, you know, but
we can take it all around the world, Anunnaki to the genes, to the everything.
But to be fair, I'm gonna leave all of that out. To be fair,
peas.
Hold up. Let's get back on track. Let's stay focused. Put that to the side. He's giving you the genetics.
Right.
So what we not finna to do is sit up here and act like white people came from another planet. They was invented in a laboratory 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So when I ask the question, where do white people come from? I'm asking it for a reason. With selective breeding.
Right. So
we have a problem.
It was they did like Windows P's where they A, B's and the different blood type recessive and positives and all that kind of stuff. That's how they sort out different colors and hair colors and eye colors.
I don't put none of that past that. I don't even need to get that specific. Let's stay focused on this was a particular genetic trait of albinism.
Right.
And a certain section of that population was set aside or encouraged only to keep procreating with other albinos.
Mm-hmm.
To get what we see today as Caucasians. Do you think they just woke up out of the bed and came up with and Asian in there just for the hell of it? Okay, so let's continue. So part of the brown and black complexion, Europeans declared themselves in 1100 to 1200 a blue blood nobility and self-identified Moors as black. They created the Black King, Basotzer. I know I'm mispronouncing that because I know I have that picture. And thank you,
Balthazar.
Thank you, Brother Codfried, for putting that out. The Black Madonna and the numerous black saints.
Black Jesus too.
Together with the, what do we say this is, y'all? The
bourgeoisie.
And I say bougie, but anyway, bourgeoisie. They were the second estate, and both of these black European tribes oppressed the whites who were reduced to serfs.
Black Europeans.
The elite even used their skin for shoe leather. Okay, now we went up on this. All of this he's telling us right now, we done went up and talked about that in earlier episodes. So this is what he is talking to Tariq Nasheed on his Hidden Colors back in 2013. Okay?
Why didn't you tell this part of this?
Right, that's pretty much what he's saying. Why didn't you tell this part? Okay. The French Revolution brought the nobility down, but they re-emerged with restorations like the one by Napoleon. Your type of research after all these decades remains patchy and spotty when it comes to the presence of blacks in Europe and naming names or showing black portraits. Just like the enemies of blacks like to keep it. Baby, damn, he went in.
Right, because basically said in the beginning, you ain't focused. You don't have nothing good to say about your own black women. You focusing on gay people, and your main storyline is buck breaking of black men.
Ooh,
like, okay,
child.
That's history. No, I'm joking.
And as a black man, okay, I hate to keep talking about bum hoes, but I think I would have thought y'all would have had a problem with that. But because I mean, if you got a problem with gay men and what they do in their bedroom, y'all didn't have a problem with that story being told about supposedly our ancestors being bent over.
They said,
yes, sir.
The elite even use their skins for shoe leather. And people wonder about the companies now as far as for making
Oh, I see what you're going. Yeah.
And the belts and the red bottom.
And demonology creating the grimoires.
Exactly. That's an excellent point, Brother Sean. So now who did what when first?
Whose leather is that?
The dumb
That's
divorces is made out
and
of human skin.
that's the lineage that people want to associate with, and the quote unquote religion and figures they created to sanction this bullshit with. And people want to hoop and holler for them and claim them and don't realize you claiming that karma too.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, the shit is fucked up and people want to run around hollering about reparations and how we've been treated and the big bad white man then did this and the big bad white man then did it that. Who been complicit in everything to begin with? Who taught the motherfucker the extreme nastiness in which he operates with? But I digress.
Right. The end was in 1848 with the final revolutions when the Third Estate, the white serfs, were emancipated and got general suffrage for men. So, what year did white serfs get emancipated? 1848.
They've been over here.
So how was white people in power enslaving black people over in the Americas?
We use Christopher Columbus timeline. They were here, 1592 or whatever it was?
I'm going to read that for the slow ones in the back. If the white serfs got emancipated in 1848,
15, 16, 17, 18.
How was white people enslaving black people? Because you say black people got their freedom in 1865, right?
Right.
The math don't math.
400 years of slavery. And apparently white people only got their freedom 400 years later.
Uh-huh. Blink, 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 blink. Next, in reverse, they set out to restore the portraits of the ancient regime to what they claim was the true intentions of the painters and retouch the supposedly darkened paint back to white. An old photo of the syndicates by Rembrandt, introduced by me on the web, shows he made his figures all shades of brown and showed classical African facial traits along with color. In spite of this,
that's what that picture's called.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
what that, yep,
I just knew the syndicates.
Yep.
I never knew.
Yep, that's what it's called, the syndicates. Yep. Okay, and if you want to know what we're talking about, the thumbnail of this series, that's the syndicate. Okay, that's that Rembrandt. Okay. In spite of this, you showed a whitened fake image of James Stewart, James Stewart I, the grandfather of Charles Stewart II, who you did present as a black person, somehow suggesting that the nobility and kingship was instigated by white people. Oh, damn. See, to be honest, y'all, I didn't see hidden colors like that. Oh, shit. Reek, baby. Reek, baby, you caught. Baby, I didn't know you did that. You caught, baby. Let me go on and run this back. Baby, you caught. So in spite of this, you showed a whitened fake image of James Stewart I, the grandfather of Charles the second steward, who you did present as a black person, somehow suggesting that the nobility and kingship was instigated by whites who intermarried with some blacks, resulting in only a few black kings. Yeah, you caught on this, Reek. This is totally wrong. And this points to your intentionality, unfinished research. The image of Spanish Queen Isabel shows her with long blonde hair, which is totally ridiculous. Yep, with the Habsburgs famous for the massive chins. Because that's what that means. My son Scotty learned me something new. Okay, and then I also want to point out that there is a Habsburg, the original Habsburg family crest is melanated. The rule by blacks is the cause of racism today. As the bougie, somebody need to mute your back because you got something going on in the back, some background noise.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, no worries. As the bougie philosophers had invented racism against the black identified nobility as a liberation ideology.
Oh, I see.
Blacks are thus one step above apes, which were presented to the masses as people who had degenerated because of their being immoral.
Moralities.
Basic.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So it was actually the so-called Moors who described blacks as a step above apes, not the pale skin.
Yes.
Yeah, the scientists, the smart ones.
And for all that talk they say about not being black, they self-identified as black, according to this.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
I digress.
Yeah. So that tells you that there was definitely something bigger and a deeper agenda going on. Mm-hmm. And to me, this reeks of what we call a reset. Okay. All right. So Tariq, baby, you caught on this. I can't justify with you on this. Because all them stewards, the original stewards, were blackety black, black, black. There are many genealogies available which show intermarriage between nobles and royals. So with finding one or two black persons with that rank and comparing images with personal descriptions that says brown or black complexion, one can understand the whole elite to have been brown or black or self-identifying as black. Images of Moors are symbolic and seldom represent real persons. A painter did not need to have a person in front of him to create an image of a Moor. Okay, so shout out to Knowledge of Self, who put us up on game also on these different portraits. There is no proof of Moorish persons directly from Africa teaching or having any powerful position at courts. Child, let me clutch my pearls and gather myself. Yes, nephew, go ahead.
Isn't he saying by definition that the imagery that Moors are depicting is made up?
Yeah,
that's not even how you would Moor, or as they would say.
He's saying it's generalization.
Yeah, it's just
okay. There is no proof of Moorish persons directly from Africa teaching or having any powerful position at courts.
I'm Moor. I run the world. What?
The European blacks are native. Okay, I knew he was gonna bring it home. My brother Codfried, I know you too smart. You too smart to have that out of Africa concept. You too smart. That's why, and Rhonda apologized for having to keep reiterate that throughout this. But now you bringing it home. You too smart. You know what it is. I'm just gonna read that for the slow ones in the back again. There is no proof of Moorish persons directly from Africa teaching or having any powerful positions at courts. The European blacks are native. They regarded themselves as from the soil and claim senior rights over whites. The Islamic Moors that rule Spain do not show up beyond the south of France. And there is no sign of any Islam among the ruling brown and black complexion European elite after they were driven from Spain. So I'm just going to read that again.
Yeah, so now he just really blowing up their whole little story. It's like y'all
Baby
was over script and came up with this romanticized story about y'all. Yeah.
He baby, that's why I said I'm clutching my pearls. So I'm just gonna read that again. There is no proof of Moorish persons directly from Africa teaching or having any powerful positions at courts. The European blacks are native. They regarded themselves as from the soil and claim senior rights over whites. The Islamic Moors that ruled Spain do not show up beyond the south of France, and there is no sign of any Islam among the ruling brown and black complexion European elite after they were driven from Spain. This misinformation all leads to a dead end and serves the enemy of blacks. Because your message is no threat to white supremacy teachings of history, which omits blacks as an elite, and because you present so-called scholars who managed to find black emperors sitting on China's thrones and black kings in Mesoamerica, but cannot find European emperors like Leopold the First, the Habsburg, or Charles the Fifth, the Habsburg, it seems to me they are working against black liberation.
That's an easy one, Charles the Fifth. I don't know how you missed that.
So he didn't come to play. So in other words, he's saying if you found these black China throne emperors, you found black kings in Mesoamerica, but you trying to tell me you didn't find any black Europeans like the Habsburgs?
That came over here and left their trail.
That's also why they can be so successful. They represent how the enemy of blacks has co-opted black history and has tried to turn it into an instrument of division and oppression.
Right.
Like how slavery was perpetuated with the help of blacks to enslave and keep blacks in slavery. You are not a part of the solution, but a part of the problem. You are all fat cat sellouts. He hitting hard. Well ensconced with a well-feathered nest.
Well ensconced.
With a well-feathered nest, but out and out traitors to the blacks. Damn. You bold-facedly introduce more and new divisions between blacks. Really not better than the Africans who from 1441 sold and the black Europeans who kept their brethren in slavery.
Black Star Line.
The only merit for your DVD is that blacks can come face to face with their direct enemies. Child, ain't he finna leave it right there? That's what it's 11:26. Oh wait, no, I don't want that. Child. All right, so while I scroll back up, any takes on that? I wasn't even gonna read that, but since Son Scotty brought it up, he didn't come to play.
Yeah, because
you did notice that
I feel like the part where he just really touched on, you could find the emperors in China, the black kings in Mesoamerica, but you couldn't find the black Europeans. Then he's saying like, oh yeah, you must be more. You're not really doing anything more against white supremacy. You actually
you're supporting it.
It also makes me think that you probably of this bloodline that been high in their background or in some type of like you beholden to something that got to do with the black. You somehow benefit from not talking about this. You deliberately skipped over it for a reason.
Right.
Like your job was to history, but not that history. So here we should know, but
like controlling the narrative. It's like, no, let's steer you over here. Let's steer you away from here.
Right. And
I thought research was supposed to just be like you just researching it all, like
This is what it is. It ain't about Rhonda's opinion.
Except for Europe. Hidden colors, except for Europe.
Ooh.
That is the hidden color.
Now again, Tariq, baby, I can't rock with you on this. You gonna show James Stewart the First as white, and then show Black Boy Charles as black. And I know why you did that, because he's called the Black Boy.
And he couldn't do nothing about it.
And we have, exactly, you couldn't do nothing about that. And we have the statue.
Mm-hmm.
I can't give you that.
Yeah,
even if I want to give you I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say an easy win for his line of color of his videos would have been an easy European version. Because where did all these black kings and queens come from? He keeps telling us they say they're from greatness, and this all in third, they're emperors, and okay, well that's an easy storyline to tell, but they don't tell that story. It's just that they're.
I mean, to be honest, he would have been better off just saying James Stewart the First was white, Charles Stewart the Second was white. So that was a huge slip up right there. Okay, now the Habsburgs. Okay, I could, maybe give you a pass on that, because it does blow your wig back to know that those Habsburgs were definitely melanated. But the point that Codfried is making, that if you're going to put out that type of body of work, it is your responsibility to know those things. So that's what he's saying. Right. Okay. And, the other part, he's right on. Now, if you saying, yep, it was black Asian people, black emperors from Mesoamerica, so you mean to tell me never crossed your mind that there would be black European rulers? Yeah, Tariq, I can't, baby, I can't justify this.
And then also, okay, we not just like some people getting a little mad in the comments or whatnot, but it's not just like he didn't just talk about Tariq or whatnot. This is not about him. It's about the information. And he also cleared up some stuff about the Moors. And so linking to this whole let's hide the Black European story, it seems to be this is the essential people to hide. But let's bring in this fictitious Moor story. It's like, okay, the Moors, okay, it's Africa, right? No. So the Moors was like, if you was in Europe, you was a Moor too. oh, but they wasn't on no courts and didn't expect, they didn't go, we don't see them in the records nowhere in across Europe, but we do see these native Black Europeans there. We do see those people. Right. So it's like, not only is people
Queen Isabella
out this history and talking about them as white people, they're bringing in a fictitious Moor story, it seemed like, as like kind of like to throw people off as well on top of that.
They did.
Yeah.
Right.
Themselves.
They threw off all history by doing what
they
did.
Right. So I can't even remember what Hidden Colors 1 was about. Okay,
I
so
don't remember either.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
If according to people, this was a melanated universe, everybody was melanated.
Right.
Why is anybody surprised about melanated people being anywhere? I mean,
I 1000% agree. Because that would be logic, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
Out the soil, they've been here all the
If
time.
it was all us and we was kings and gods and all this, that, and the other, and was doing all this miraculous stuff, it wasn't nobody but us. So, I mean, wherever you went, that's
what we are.
That's what you saw. I mean,
but they changed the narrative.
They always change the narrative. I still don't see why Africa is even a topic.
I agree.
Because you go back to old maps and it wasn't no bigger than what, Rhode Island?
Right. And no pyramids, remember?
And all of a sudden it's the cradle of civilization and all this, that or the other. And you got all these so-called African women marrying any and everything for green cards and all type of stuff like this. I mean, if it's all that magical, I mean, why everybody doing everything they doing to get out?
Ooh, clutching my pearls.
I mean, it's just obviously what's happening here is the shit.
Yeah. Exactly.
So-called the European nobility. They ain't had no problem trying to get over here because it was castles and stuff over here just as grand as anything over there. But we had more viable land here.
Exactly.
More resources. People can sit up and try and play dumb.
Right.
All they want to.
That part.
But they know that they ain't doing nothing to leave here. They nothing but lip service about where they from and where their loyalties is to. Your loyalty right here. I don't give a fuck about none of that gibberish you talk.
Not gibberish.
Yeah, because you sitting up right here, you enjoying indigenous women like everybody else all around the goddamn planet. And for the word indigenous to exist, and the fact that all pale people refer to quote unquote melanated people as indigenous, except here. Any place else they go and see a melanated person, oh, the indigenous people, oh, the indigenous culture. But get over here and we just niggas.
Right.
But everything comes from us though, right?
Foreigners too, no less.
Right. That part, sis.
Reparation type.
But the fact that other indigenous people don't respect it, why is it we should be worried about saving them?
Ooh.
They profiting off us. They come over here and they disrespect us. We go over in their countries and shit and get robbed.
Joe, dude.
Stuff in their countries.
So I'm just saying, who really give a fuck about us? Because everybody over in this bitch, everybody, and ain't nobody that's done came over in this bitch hollered at us.
Right.
They already got their marching orders when they came over here.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers ain't even smart enough to come over here and try and link up on some real shit.
Right.
So they show you where they loyalties at, but it's a lot of you dumb motherfuckers helping these motherfuckers, sitting up spending money with them, and this, that, or the other. But I digress.
Right. And I just, again, I'm consistent. What is this saying about the indigenous American, the indigenous Black American? We have some explaining to do. Because, see, you can't play with TT Rhonda. When it was blacks coming over here, Black Europeans coming over here, marrying into these tribes, chief to emperor or chief to whatever position they hold, had to be sanctioned, right? It's bad business deals. And you got your ass handed to you. So that's all I have on that. We'll pick back up. Now, I'm not sure, again, going forward. Let me come out of this. I'm just going to be doing, it's not going to be every week that I'm going to do live shows. It's just going to be depending on my schedule and my time. So I don't know next week if I'm going to do a live show on Thursday. Just please continue to check the community wall. Pretty much when I put up the notification. Okay. So with that said, we're going to get last words. Nephew New, why you have any last words for the family?
Overall, it's just great to see everyone's evolution to finally discover certain truths that are been denied from us for so long. It's awakening again to see the players in the game. As you can see, we had certain people that we would consider that we can trust their word, trust their point of view. But then, as you said, you go back and do some more research and you find out that no, that they're actually on the other team and their entire purpose is to persuade us that we're not who we are and we should be focused on, let's say, their trivial distraction instead of focusing on our true selves and staying on our true intended purpose and path. Because regardless of what's going on in the world, as long as we are doing what we're supposed to do, it's just a distraction. My life is not promised to me tomorrow, so being fearful of death is a distraction. So realistically, you should be approaching everything in your life fearlessly, because it's only how you perceive it that gives it the energy, if it's a bad thing or a good thing. And what I find the enemy has focused us on is to really focus on these negative things and just stay there with it and not resolve our attention to something better and put ourselves in a better position. We know they're not who they say they are, so we have to not take on their interpretation or how they feel about us or what they think about us or what they told us we are limited to, because in essence we are what they want to be. Ultimate spirit having control of our thoughts and being able to manifest them at will. And as long as they control our perception, then they can control your thoughts. But again, that's through consent. So realistically, it's up to you to filter out what's your intended path and what's your intended purposes, because there is a lot of distractions that are in front of us. So with that said, Auntie, thank you for giving us your time and
thank
being
you.
son of. Do appreciate that. And again, we'll catch you whenever you do give us your energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, nephew. And it was great hearing your voice and for you joining us on the panel tonight. Much love. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yes, just real quick. I just want to read KW's comment real quick. It says that Rembrandt painting, Syndics of the Drapers Guild, was x-rayed in 1949, and it shows even more Black faces underneath. So, with that being said, the theme of tonight, the layers on layers on layers. What's underneath? We always have to investigate these layers, these narratives, these loops, these resets, because all it is layers on layers on layers on layers. So I love you, family. Thank you so much, my Rhonda, Sis Sandra, Brother Sean, Ranuwa. It was great to have you back, man. Everybody in the chat, family, you guys are awesome. It's been great tonight going into this information, and it's only one layer on layers on layers on layers, so
Indeed.
Don't take anything for surface value.
Absolutely. And love you, son Scotty. Safe travels back to the West Coast, and give your mother a hug from your other adopted mom. We appreciate her. Okay, and apologize in advance for my bloody mouth, but nonetheless, safe travels, son.
Yeah, be safe coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sis Sandra, late birthday girl.
No, I was so happy that I came tonight. So, because I was really depressed when I was listening to the one from that week that I was on the 21st. That's my day. On the 21st, I said, man, so what's the solution to this stuff? And what's the solution is the truth.
Yep.
And I was looking at how many people are looking at this show, and it's over 1,000 a week. Matter of fact, it's 1,000 a day. On last week, it was about 1,000 that one day. So it's getting out there, and karma. I'm relying on karma. I don't know about you, and telling the truth to what the history really is. And not all this fanciful crap. Even you can look at the 1865 revolution, that they knew who they were fighting, and they knew it was us they were fighting because they weren't even let go yet. So, so it's really an interesting thing. If you take these dates that he's given and apply it to the history that they told us, It ain't truth.
Exactly.
It ain't truth.
Yep.
And it's not truth at all. And then they said Albert Pike was white. They have him as white. Well, no, he can't have been.
Right. Him and Pletcher, right?
Plecker?
Yeah, Plecker. My bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Plecker. Yeah.
They weren't in control of nothing. Their control came late in the game because
in the game, and it was given, and that control was given. And that's the thing that gets me, because not only do you have melanated people fighting against, I just had to kick a MF out my comments up there talking about it's all cap. What, sir, when this the 6th episode, where we going source after source after source after source? No, I'm finna exit you up on out of here, because you're the slow one in the back of the bus. You're not finna come up in these comments and play. Okay?
Yeah, he was real trying it for a minute.
I saw where you had deleted a message before, and then when I saw that, I'm like, you know what? You the fuck up out of here. Okay? Because you in here playing. Shit. We ain't got time for that kindergarten ass energy. But the point I'm trying to make is melanated people want to hold on
To lies.
to the subservient. We were slaves. We got our asses handed to us. We got beat by this, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But my sister, we was kings and queens and goddesses and gods. Get the fuck out of here. You want to hold on to shit that don't even make sense.
It don't make sense to me. It never did.
And I'm going to tell you why you want to hold on. Now, this is Auntie Rhonda. And this is Rhonda's opinion. Because when you see this truth for what it is, that's going to be what the fuck is your problem now. Fuck your problem now. This is why my dogs get in a bunch. When we talk about what somebody won't let us do, and the white man got his foot on my neck, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. And I don't give a fuck about none of that shit that you talking. Because that is even more reason why you have a responsibility to get yourself and your bloodline out of these fucked up positions. I'm going to say that to the slow ones in the back. This information is more the reason why you have a responsibility to get yourself and your bloodline out of this fucked up position.
Amen.
Now white people,
so be it.
You want to hold on, use a doggone liar. The Stewards who's white, that's my ancestor. You want to wear on your chest that your people were and colonizers and slave owners and we own slaves, this, that, and the third. You better look yourself in the motherfucking mirror and ask why. And I'm going to tell you why. Now, this is Auntie Rhonda's opinion once the motherfucking again. Because then you have to ask yourself, well, where the fuck my peep at in this story? If we weren't the enslavers, if we weren't on top, where the fuck were we? So again, you can go on and play with somebody else with that fucking thingy also. Because I have seen you come after your own Caucasian folks who put out this information about white people being the serfs, being the slaves, being treated in descriptions worse than what they say the quote, quote, African slaves are. And you fucking turn around and get pissed at them. Because everybody running around this bitch being something that they not.
Truth shows up, though.
So now, you do you. But don't come in Auntie's face playing. Go find somebody else to play with. That's on the Caucasian side, and that's on the black side. And you will never free yourself with lies.
Yeah, and they are lies.
And games.
Games.
And scheming. You will never free yourself with that.
Karma.
But baby, keep doing you. Ain't he just telling you, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit you're talking. All right. So with that said, Brother Sean, do you have any last words for the family?
Well, love, what is important to you, family? Labels, names, colors, colorable law, all the bullshit that's involved with characters and or egos. For what? I mean, you don't even choose a higher frequency ego to tap off into.
That part.
Always this victim mentality. Always this blame. You want credit for all the good shit, but don't want none of the blame or responsibility for the fuckery.
That part.
As just said, bad deals with that whole quote unquote marriage bullshit, merging of kingdoms, giving away your daughters just to make peace because they promised you. You let my son marry your daughter, we won't destroy everything, and we even let you hold a title or something, make it seem like you important. And you wasn't even in position to quote unquote give your daughter away because the land rights and everything went through her, not you.
Absolutely.
But it's a whole bunch of things that I could sit up and gripe about. This ain't the time for it. This ain't the time for y'all to keep clinging to stupid ass labels and stupid ass ideologies. If you claim to be indigenous to here and your soul in the right place, let's get it done.
Absolutely.
Put the bullshit aside. It's time to come together. Everybody got a piece of the puzzle. I personally don't have no gripes with nobody. I ain't interacted or argued with nobody. So
All that part.
whatever YouTube or internet fights y'all got in the streets, y'all need to cut that bullshit out. All
Yeah.
of y'all are too important to this movement. Let your motherfucking egos go and your self glorification go. Let's handle business. Then you can glorify yourself, stroke your ego, stroke your nuts, stick your finger in your ass, whatever it
Wait a minute.
is
Well, damn.
that motherfucking satisfies you. But the bullshit got to stop right motherfucking now.
Right.
Time to come together and get some shit done.
Yep.
I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right, fam. Thank you to my co-hosts. Each one of you brought a wealth of information. My last words is we're out of excuses. We're out of pointing the finger. We're out of beefs with each other. All that shit is old. We out of people appointing themselves leaders, but we don't see no leadership. We don't see no action. All that shit is deadened. Either you're going to be about action or you're just bullshitting. So I would hope, I can't tell people what to do. I would hope that people have enough eye-opening to see as long as we keep following the same formula, you're going to get the same results. Either we're standing on business or we're not. And I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to reiterate again, I don't want no parts of any bullshit. Not going to have it. Nobody is above reproach. And that's including my ass sitting up here with this scarf on. You want to jump off the porch and be a big girl, big boy, God damn it, you gonna walk the walk. You ain't gonna just sit up and talk the talk. God damn it, you gonna walk the walk. Or you gonna get called the fuck out. All right? What is your purpose? Start honoring yourself and walk in your purpose. Your purpose may not be in a leadership position. It may be in something else. Only you know what your purpose is. This ain't a mystery. This ain't hard. It's very simple. You just have to make the decision if that's what you want to do. And if you want to play, hey, like I say, play on, player. But don't think that some of us don't see you out here fucking playing. We see it for what it is. Okay? So with that said, I do want to say thank you to the family chat. Y'all was putting it down as usual. We appreciate you. Thank you to the YouTube family that were listening to us. Just keep checking the community wall, fam, for when we're going to do the live shows. It's not going to be week to week, okay? So with that said, much appreciated. Let me give just a real quick applause to my YouTube folks in the chat. You always putting it out there. Y'all give great information, much love and respect. Shout out to the YouTube listeners, very much so well and appreciated. And shout out to my co-hosts, Sis Sandra, Brother Sean, Son Scotty, Nephew Nuwa. Shout out to you all, okay? All right, fam. So with that said, you could do it if you sitting up here listening to me for, child, what are we in? Almost 5 hours scream with this scarf on. You got what it takes. Go ahead on, rise above, love yourself so you can rise above and do what you need to do for you. So with that said, fam, we are Truth Uncompromised and we're out of here. Peace and love, fam.